Hello everyone, welcome to my channel Wish Infinite. In this video of Playwright with TypeScript series, we are diving into part 2 of our Playwright framework. And this time we will focus on integrating API testing into the framework. In part 1, we have already integrated several core functionalities into the framework. So watching part 1 is mandatory before jumping into this video to ensure you get full context and better understanding.
And before moving further, I would like to inform you that you can now support my YouTube channel, and for that you can go to my channel Wish Infinite and then click onto this join button and select the desired option to become a member. You can unlock exclusive perks while helping the channel grow. Your support means a lot. And a big thank you to everyone who has taken channel membership. As a token of appreciation, members can see their YouTube profile pictures featured randomly on the channel homepage here. And everyone now can access the complete Playwright tutorial playlist on the channel homepage here or under the playlists tab here. And I would suggest to save the playlist using this option for quick access in your YouTube playlists section. Here you would be able to see all the Playwright tutorial related video. You can follow the complete playlist in the same order from top to bottom. Also, I have created a YouTube Shorts playlist for Playwright. You can watch this playlist to refresh your Playwright concepts. I will provide link of the playlist into description, or you can go to my channel Wish Infinite and under the playlists tab you can access this Learn Playwright in 60 seconds shorts playlist. Also, you can click onto this posts tab where you will be able to see the Playwright quiz. You can search for the posts with this text Playwright with TypeScript to see all the questions. You can answer these questions, which will help you to prepare for interview also. I have also uploaded the latest code of this series onto GitHub. You can visit my GitHub profile where you would be able to see this Playwright tutorial TypeScript JavaScript repository. I will provide link of my GitHub profile and this repository into description. And if you need access of this Playwright TypeScript Framework GitHub repository, please let me know into the comment section below. Now let's continue with our current topic, which is Playwright Framework. In the Playwright Framework Part 1 video, we have already seen several core component integration with our Playwright Framework. This is the theory related to that particular video. Here I have also added the flowchart link and this naming convention table for your easy access. This naming convention we are going to use throughout our framework. Now let me give you the quick glimpse of the framework which we have already created into part 1 of Playwright Framework video. So here first we saw that how we can install Node.js, VS Code, how we can create a new folder where we can install the Playwright with the help of Playwright extension. I'm not going in more depth as we have already seen all these things, right? And there are separate videos also available related to each concepts which we have integrated into our framework. Now, after installation of the Playwright, we saw that what are different configurations which we can do for our framework, like test directory, parallel execution, retries, reporters, timeout, expect timeout, screenshot, video, trace, and projects. And all these configurations can be done inside this playwright.config.ts file. In the framework, we also created this pages folder where we have used page object models to create the locators and the actions which we are going to perform onto those locators. So all these pages we have kept inside this pages folder. We also saw that we can use page object model with the fixtures. For that, we have created this form-fixture file inside the fixtures folder. There we can create different fixtures for each application page which we have created inside the pages folder. And this fixture will provide us the object of the page class. In the framework, we also saw that how we can handle multiple environments. For that, we have installed .env package and cross-env package. And to handle multiple environments, we need to create different environment files. For that, we have created env-files folder where we have kept different .env files for each environment, where we can save our environment data like URL, username, password, and any other data which is getting changed for the different environment. Here we can configure this .env inside our config file like this, and on the basis of environment variable, the .env file will get decided that from which file scripts need to pick the environment data. So user will have to provide this env_name value while starting the execution, and for that we have used Package.json where we have provided these key and value pair under the scripts object, where we are providing this env_name environment variables value. Here we have used this cross-env so that we can provide this command like npm run test_dev on any of the terminal. It can be cmd or bash or PowerShell terminal. So provide cross-env, then environment variable name, which is env_name, and then whatever the environment which we would be using. It can be demo, dev, UAT, or any other environment as per your project. Then we need to give plain command, which is npx playwright test, and different flags for the different use cases. And while starting the execution, we need to simply give npm run and then these keys. After handling multiple environments, we saw that how we can encrypt and decrypt sensitive data. For that, under this utils folder, we have created this common utils.ts where we have created two methods inside this common utils class, and the methods are encrypt data and decrypt data, where if we want to encrypt the data, we need to call this method with the data which we want to encrypt. And the same is the case for decrypt data. Here we need to provide the encrypted data which we want to decrypt. And here one essential step which we need to do is to provide a secret key. And this secret key will be provided by the QA person or whosoever running the automation test script. So we would be providing secret_key equals to our secret key, and then that npm run commands which we just saw inside this package.json. I usually use bash terminal. There we can simply provide secret_key, the value, and then the basic command which is npm run and then the script's key value from the package.json. So calling of this encrypt data would be one-time work whenever we want to encrypt our data. and then we can save that encrypted data into our files, right? Wherever we want to use it. So for now, we have encrypted this username and password, which we have saved inside the specific .env files. And whenever we want to use this encrypted data, so in that case, we will have to call this decrypt data method at the particular instance. Let me open one of the test script file. So inside this tests folder, we have this login-module.spec.ts, where we have used this decrypt data method because we wanted to decrypt our username or password or any data which was encrypted by us using the secret key. And this class which we have created, where we have kept this encrypt data and decrypt data, so for that also we have used our fixtures. So inside this fixtures folder, we have this common-fixture.ts, where we have created fixture common utils, which returns us the object of this common util class. We have preferred the strategy to create the fixtures so that into our test script files, we will not have to import each class, and also we will not have to create the object of the specific class like common utils class or the page class. We can simply use the fixture to get the object of the specific class and directly call the methods or the variables which we want to use. We also saw that how we can do the global setup, where we will be logging in first time while starting the execution, and after that it will use the authentication state to directly log in into the application. For that, we have created this global.setup.ts file, where there is one test which will log in first time into the application, will save the storage state, and this storage state will get used to log in automatically wherever user is opening the application link. For that, again, we had to do one more configuration into playwright.config.ts file. Under the projects, we have created this setup project, and then we have added this setup project as the dependency for different projects like this. And here under the use, we also added the storage state, that which storage state it need to use to automatically log in into application. In the framework, we also saw that how we can use fixtures over before each and after each hook like this, where we created this go to URL fixture as a counter of the before each hook, and this logout as a counter of after each hook. This was just an example, but as per your requirement, you can create your hooks. This logout fixture we created just to understand this particular functionality, but mostly we would not be logging out. But if it is really necessary for you, then you can use this logout fixture also, and any other fixture which you want to create as the hook. It can be before each or the after each. And here, to maintain multiple fixture files, we have done the chaining. So here, as you can see, first we are importing the test from the Playwright test package. Then we are extending this particular test with the different page fixtures and then exporting the same test. Now, inside this common-fixture file, we are importing the test from the POM fixture file, where we just exported the extended test. And here we will extend this particular test with the common util fixture. So now this test is having fixtures related to the page object model pages and the common utils class. And now at third place, we have imported this test from the common-fixture. So from here we have exported the test, and here we have imported that exported test. And here we have again extended the test with the hooks fixture. And this time we are using this test inside our test script file. See, we are importing the test from the hooks-fixture file. So like this, you can use the chaining of the fixture. Order does not matter. It totally depends on you that in which order you want to do the chaining. This expect also we have exported from here. Here we are exporting expect from the Playwright test, and then into the test script file we are importing the expect from the hooks-fixture from where we just exported. Little tricky to understand, but once you get it, it will be very easy concept for you. In the framework, we also saw that how we can maintain our test data into different JSON file for different modules like this. And to use this particular data, we just need to import the JSON data from the JSON file like this, and then we can simply use this name dot the key from the JSON file, like first name, last name, middle name we are using. So these are the keys inside the JSON file. We also saw that how we can use tags and annotations into the framework. Here these tags can be used to do the execution on the basis of tags. For that we can simply use this --grep flag, right, equals to and then the tag name. So it will just execute the test which is having the specific tag. And we have added annotations which adds some extra information into our report. So like this, we have added the type and description, and the same thing will appear into the report from where you can directly access these links. So we have added the link of the test case. So user will have to just click here and it will automatically get navigated there. The title of the test also we have kept as the title of manual test. Here, if you want to give the test case ID, that also you can do, but as I am providing the link, so here we have that information, and also with the help of link, user can directly go to the specific test case. But still, if you need ID here, you can add it into the title. And while developing the framework, we saw that it's better to use the UI mode. For that, we have added different commands that we can start the execution into the UI mode with the help of this -UI command. And as I told, all these npm run commands which we provide, we will have to provide secret key with them. So secret_key, then our key value, then npm run, and then these scripts key. We also saw that how we can execute only the last failed tests in the framework. We also saw with the help of one test that how we can perform the visual testing, where simply we have used the assertions related to the visual testing, and we have added this @visual tag so that we can easily execute the tests which are visual tests. So for an example, if you just want to execute the tests for the visual testing, so you can use this @visual tag to execute the specific tests. So if you are having, let's say, 10 out of 200 tests which are visual tests, so you can simply give this --grep equals to visual flag with your command, and the execution will get started for those tests only. After that, we pushed all the code onto our Playwright framework repository. And as I told, please let me know into the comment section below if you need access to this framework Git repository. We have understood this complete framework with the help of this flowchart diagram also. Here I have updated this flow diagram for the API testing also that we are going to discuss as a part of this particular video. Now let's proceed further with the second part of our Playwright framework video, where we are going to focus on integrating API testing into our framework. So about the API testing concepts, we have already seen into my API testing related videos into the playlist. So videos are available inside this full playlist, or for the API testing, I have created this separate playlist also. In both the playlists, same videos are there. So there are these 8 videos where we have discussed API testing with Playwright in depth, where we saw that what is API testing. We talked about theory related to the API testing. We saw about the different calls like get calls, post call, put, delete, fetch calls. We also saw that how we can pass the request body with our API calls from the JSON files. And we also saw that how we can do the basic authentication for the API testing. So if you have not watched these videos related to the API testing, that you can find in any of these 2 playlists. So I would highly recommend you to watch these videos before starting with this part 2 of Playwright framework. See, here also the same videos are available. So here we made our base related to the API testing, and now we are just going to integrate API testing into our framework. So now all these concepts we are going to use, but to get the in-depth understanding, please watch these videos. And if you get any doubts, please let me know into the comment section below. Now let's quickly go through these points before starting the integration of API testing into our framework. So API stands for Application Programming Interface. It is a set of rules and protocols that defines how 2 software programs or systems can communicate with each other. Like there can be one client and one server, and with the help of API, client communicates with the server and server communicate back with the client. API acts as intermediary between 2 systems and allows them to exchange data and functionality. API testing is crucial for ensuring the smooth functioning and overall quality of web applications that rely on application programming interface. In short, we call it APIs. API testing checks if the API delivers the correct data in the expected format when provided with valid inputs. API testing also involves invalid inputs to ensure the API handles errors gracefully and returns appropriate messages. Here, to understand the API testing integration with the Playwright framework, we are going to use this RestFul-booker.herokuapp.com site where we have different APIs to perform CRUD operation, means to perform create, read, update and delete operation. Usually for actual projects, you would be having one website, and for the same website, you would be having different APIs, and onto those APIs you would be performing testing. But here I have taken example of separate site because I wanted to cover different scenarios of API testing to explain the integration of API testing into our framework. And with the OrangHRM website, it was not possible to cover such scenarios. But as I told, in actual projects, you would be having one website, and for the same website, you would be having the different APIs for different modules or for different actions, right? So be aware of it and accordingly integrate API testing into your framework. So in actual project, the API testing integration setup is going to be the exactly same. only difference which you guys would be having will be related to this base URL. Now let's integrate API testing into our framework. And previously, while learning API testing with Playwright, we have seen that we can use Postman tool to check APIs manually. If you are not having Postman tool, you can simply download it by searching it for the specific machine. As we are using it for the Windows machine, so I've searched this Postman for Windows. From here, you can download the Postman tool. If you are using any other platform, here also you will get the option to select and download. For me, it is already downloaded and installed. And it is not mandatory to download this Postman app. You can use the web version of the Postman tool also. For now, I have already downloaded and installed the Postman tool. I will open it. And how we can use Postman tool that we have already discussed in the playlist while learning API testing with Playwright. So if you have not watched those videos, please watch those videos. Now let's first start with the basic get call. So here we have this get booking IDs API call, which is a get call. And here we have the base URL with the resource. All these terminologies which I am talking about, the base URL, resources, path param, query param, header, body, that we have already discussed. I will not go in much deep on that front. If you have any confusion, you can watch the related videos. Here we will mainly focus on integrating the API testing with our framework. Now let's first perform this get call into the Postman tool. Here let me use this curl command. Go to the Postman, click onto the import and paste this curl command here. Here we can select the collection also, which I have already created, API testing. Import into the collection. And now we have our API request with this get call. Here is the complete endpoint, which contains base URL and the resource, which is booking. Now click onto the send and it has generated the JSON response. Here we are able to see all the details and we have got 200 as the status code and OK as the status text. Now let's go to VS Code. Let me close all the tabs. Here we will first refactor our structure little bit. So inside this tests folder, previously we were putting all the tests directly, but now what I will do, I will create two separate folders. One is the UI tests, hit enter, and the second one, so right click, new folder, and this one is API-tests, hit enter. This folder is for the visual testing, which will automatically get generated. If you want, you can delete this also. It will again get generated while doing the visual testing. Let me delete it so that you will have the clear picture. Now let me move all these UI tests into UI tests folder. So select all of them and drag and drop inside this UI-tests. You can also cut and paste inside the specific folder. Here click onto the move and again VS Code will ask to update imports for following three files. So we can click onto yes here. As at the top you can see we are getting error because folder structure has changed. Let's click yes and automatically it will update these parts. Now all the UI tests are there inside the UI tests folder. And here inside this API tests folder, we would be keeping our test script files related to the APIs. It is not mandatory to put such folder structure, but just to separate the API tests and the UI tests, I am following this particular structure. If you want, you can keep all the tests inside the main folder only. If you want, you can make this folder structure on the basis of separate modules. So it's totally up to you. Now let me create one file inside this API-tests folder. And here I will give the file name based on this application which we are going to use for the testing, which is RestFul-booker.herokuapp.com. So I will create a file, right click onto this API tests folder, new file, and here let's give the name as RestFul-booker-API-module.spec.ts. You can give any name. For the integration purpose, I am going to create one file only, but accordingly you can create multiple files here. Let's say in your application there are 5 different modules, right? As we have seen into OrangHRM also, there were different modules. Let me quickly open this OrangHRM website just to show you that how you can bifurcate different modules for the API testing also. Let's put username and password. Click onto this login. So see here we were having different modules like PIM, leave, time, admin. So for each module we would be having separate APIs. So on the basis of these modules we can create different test script files for the APIs also. For now we are not going to use OrangHRM APIs, but just to understand API testing integration concept, we are going to use this RestFul-booker.herokuapp.com. Now let's create one test block here. So first let's import test from. For now, if you want, you can directly import it from this @Playwright test module. But as we are using fixtures, so I will directly import it from the hooks-fixture file. So for that, put // then again // which will take us to the main project folder. Here we need to go to the fixtures / and then hooks-fixture. Why we are using this particular file to import the test, we have already discussed into part 1 of our Playwright framework video. Now let's create the test block. So test parenthesis, and here first we need to give the title. Let's give the basic title as API testing for now, then comma, and then anonymous function. So async round parenthesis, after that arrow symbol, and then curly braces. And here we are going to write our test script code. And here for the API testing, we do not require page fixture, right? For now, for the API testing, we are not going to perform any UI operation. And as you know, for the API testing, what we need to do? We need to use the request fixture. So we can put this request fixture here. Now, as we performed this get call into the Postman tool, let's perform the same get call with the help of Playwright. So now, as we have given this request fixture here, so with the help of this request fixture, we will perform the get call. For that, we need to provide this request fixture dot as we want to perform the get call. So here we need to use the get method, then parenthesis. And here, let me provide the complete endpoint URL. So within quotes, provide that URL. And as this get method returns the promise, so do not forget to use this await keyword here. And I will suggest whenever you are using any inbuilt methods, just double check that if it is returning promise or not. Because if you will leave any of the await, it would be difficult for you to track the failure. On my videos, I am getting multiple comments that they are not able to find the actual failure, and when I checked the code, so for some people this await was missing. So it is easy to mistake, but just mouse over onto each method and check if it is returning the promise. Then don't forget to put await there. Now this get method will give us the response. See, it is returning API response promise. So let's save this value inside one variable. So const booking details or booking IDs, any variable name you can keep here. And now let me just console log just to show you that we are receiving the response. And within this console log, we will provide this response data. So booking IDs dot JSON is the method which we need to use. And again, this JSON returns the promise. So we need to put await keyword here. Now let's execute this basic test to get all the booking IDs onto the console log from this API response. Let's go to this testing tab. Here, let me select all these projects. And here, see, our folder structure is appearing. Inside the tests, we are having API tests and the UI tests. Here, let's expand this API tests and then we can run the specific test. Now, let's start the execution for this API test script file. And to start the execution, just select any of the projects from here. It can be Chromium, Firefox or WebKit. But now you will say why we are selecting any of these browser projects, right? Because here for the API testing, we need not to perform any UI operation. So browser should not be required. So that we are going to see in this video only, that what we need to do, that we will not have to use these browser projects. But for now, just select this Chromium to simply start the execution for this API test script file. So select it Chromium here and then click onto this run button. Either you can click here or you can click run button from this folder API tests or for the specific test script file. So clicking onto the run and see our response got generated and it got printed because of this console log, where we are able to see all the booking IDs. So we have received one array and inside the array there is one object with the key booking ID and then its value. So like this, there are multiple objects which are there inside the array and we have received one passed. Now as we have provided the base URL with the resource directly here into our test script file. But as previously also we have seen that there are different ways to provide the base URL as well as the header which we need to pass with the API calls. So rather than providing base URL here for each and every call, let's use this playwright.config.ts file to provide this base URL. So here go to playwright.config.ts file and here we have this define config function and it is having this object as the argument, and inside that object we have this use as the key and its value is the object, and here we need to provide the base URL. So base capital URL colon and then we can provide our base URL here. So let me put this base URL as the value, so colon then quotes and then within the quotes provide the base URL. Put comma here And in the similar use object, if we need to provide any header, that also we can provide. For that, what we need to do? We need to provide the key, which is extra HTTP headers colon, and then we need to provide one object and then comma. And inside this object, we can provide any of the common headers which we will be using throughout our project for the API testing. Like here, let me see if we are having any API call with the header. See, this get booking API is having this common header which will be used by all the APIs. Here we have the key as the accept and its value is application/JSON. So inside this extra HTTP headers object, provide key as the accept colon, and then within the quotes its value, which is application/JSON. Here also you can put the key within the quotes. If it is single word, then providing these quotes for the keys is optional, but if it is content hyphen type, which means mix up of two words separated by hyphen, so in that case it will be mandatory to use the quotes. For now, not keeping any quotes as it is single word. And like this, we can provide any of the common HTTP header. These headers will be applicable for all of our APIs. And one important thing to note here, that for now we are providing this extra HTTP headers with its value here for the temporary basis. So here this is the extra HTTP headers which is key, and its value is this JavaScript object which will have different key value pairs for different headers. And as I told, we are providing it for the temporary basis, and I will not recommend it to provide this extra HTTP headers here directly inside this use, as it would be applicable for all the tests. It can be UI tests or it can be API tests. Because after providing this header value here, we would be getting error for our UI tests. If you want, you can try to execute one of your UI tests. There you would be getting one error while logging in, and the error would be CSRF token validation failed. And this CSRF token validation failed error will come because of CSRF protection. For now, you need not to worry about this error details, but you should be aware about this root cause, that you are getting the error because of this extra HTTP headers and its header value which we have provided here. So for now, for the temporary basis, we are going to keep it here, but by end of this video, we are going to move this extra HTTP headers to the different place inside this playwright.config.ts file only. And there we would also be moving this base URL details. Although providing this base URL will not cause any issue, but as we know, this base URL is applicable for the API tests only, so there is no point of putting it here at global level. So we will also move it to the different place where this base URL and extra HTTP headers will be applicable for the API tests only. So for now, no need to worry about if you are getting UI error. Just keep it here for the temporary basis, as for now we are going to discuss and focus only on API tests here. But as I told, by the end of this video, we would be moving these key value pairs, which are base URL and its value, and extra HTTP headers and its value, to the different place inside this playwright.config.ts file only. Similarly, let me perform this API call also, which is get call, which is going to fetch the booking details for the specific ID. So in the response, we will receive all these fields with the status code and text. If you want, you can use this curl command into the Postman just to quickly check that what is the response which we are going to get. Click onto the send and see, we would be receiving this JSON as the response in this format. Let's quickly perform this get call. Go to our test script file. Here, let me create one more test. Here, I will give this temporary title as API test 2, comma, anonymous function we need to use. So async, parenthesis, arrow symbol, and then curly braces. And here again, we are going to use this request fixture and then await this request fixture dot get call. And here this time, as we have provided this base URL into our config.ts file, we can remove base URL from everywhere. And here we just simply need to provide the resource and the path parent. So booking /1. Here in the base URL, we have kept this /. So here, don't put / again, otherwise you will not receive the response. It is just the silly mistake, but just keep in mind to avoid any confusion. Now let me again just use simple console log to log the response of this particular API call. First, let's save the value of the response inside one variable. Here I'm giving name as booking details equals to, and for the ID1 we are fetching the booking details. Here let's console log it. So await this response variable dot JSON, and here we have already put await, as we know that it will return the promise, and then we can start the execution. So for this second API test, click onto the run, either from this testing section or directly from this run button. If in the VS Code this run button is not appearing for the new tests, just come to this testing tab and here just refresh it, and then it should show this run button. Now let's click here and see our response got generated, and we are able to see the details for the booking ID 1. And here, as we discussed, that rather than executing API tests for the browser projects, we can create one separate project for the API testing. And for that, go to your playwright.config.ts file, and here inside this define config, we have this object as the argument, where we have this projects key, where we are having different projects. So here we are going to add one more project. So at any position, just add one more object. So after this WebKit, we have this comma, and then hit enter and provide curly braces. So this is our new project which we are going to configure. And here first we need to provide the name, colon, and its value. So within the quotes here, I will give the name of the project as API test. You can use any naming convention here. There is no hard and fast rule, but I will suggest you to keep the name of the projects consistent. So here I will use the camel casing to provide this project name, as we are having two words. One is the API and second one is test. So API, then capital TEST. You can provide any name for this particular project. It can be API testing or API verification or any name as per your preference you can provide here. Then put comma, and here we need to provide this test dir as the key, colon, and here we need to provide path of the folder where we are keeping our API TypeScript files. So previously also in the same file, we have used this test dir here at the top. So it is global setting where we specify that we are going to keep all of our TypeScript files inside this tests folder. But for this API test project, we are going to keep our TypeScript files inside this API tests folder. So here provide quotes, and within the quotes we need to provide ./tests, which will take us to this tests folder, again / and then this API -tests. Now our project got created, and here if you have noticed, we have not provided dependencies as setup and this storage state also, because we need not to log in into application, right? Previously we were logging in into our UI, and then we were saving our authentication state, and into each project we were using that particular authentication state with the help of this storage state. But now for the API testing, we do not require to log in into the application and to save the authentication state. And after saving, we would not be using that particular authentication state. So that's why all these dependencies and storage state keys and values are not required. And once we will execute this particular project, it will not execute your setup test itself. If you are little confused, no need to worry. I will tell you everything step by step how we are going to use this particular project. I am here with you. If you get confused at any point, just leave the comment into the comment section below. I will reply on your comment. So now our project got created. Now let's execute this particular project. And to execute this project, there is one simple command, which is npx playwright test -- project equals to this project name. So let's provide this command into this bash terminal. Now you will say why we are not providing this environment name, that for which environment we want to do the execution. But here into our TypeScript file, we have kept it very simple. We are not taking any value from any of the environment variable. And as I told, we are not going to execute this global setup where we were using environment variable like this. So that also is not going to happen. So that's why we are directly executing it without providing any environment variable or the secret key, as we are not encrypting or decrypting any data here also into this particular single file. So no need to worry about environment variable name or the secret key for now. Moving further, we would be using environment variables and we would be encrypting and decrypting data. So at that time, we will provide the secret key as well as environment name. For now, just simply give npx playwright test -- project equals to, and here we can provide the project name, which is API test. See, inside the package.json also we were providing the same thing, npx playwright test -- project and the specific project name. Here, as I told, for now you need not to worry about environment name and the security key which we were providing while doing the UI testing. Now let's hit enter and see, it has executed 2 tests and both got passed. First one generated this particular response with all the booking IDs, and second generated the details related to the booking ID 1. And it also opened the HTML report. Here you can open the report. If there are any failure, you can verify those failures into the HTML report. Let me close it for now. So now see, one of the benefit that we just wanted to execute the API tests, we are able to execute it by just giving -- project equals to project name. Here we need not to worry about this global setup, as we do not require it, we have not configured it. So in real-time projects also, there can be requirement to just execute the API tests only. So in such cases, this particular setting would be very helpful. But you will say the same thing we can do with the help of tags also, right? We can add the tag here, and then with the help of this --grep equals to the API tag, we can execute these tests. So that can be done, but in this case where we will use the tag, there is one disadvantage, that it will execute the tests for these projects, and these projects have the dependency to execute the setup project, which will save the authentication state. Then it will use that particular authentication state. But for the API testing, login into application itself is not required, and saving and reusing the authentication state is also not required. So that's why it's better to follow this approach rather than using the tags to just execute the API tests. Although we would be adding tests for these tests, but that would be helpful in case of filtering, if we want to just filter our API test into the HTML report. So there it would be helpful, but for the execution purpose, we would be using this project approach. If you have any other idea related to this in your mind, then please let me know into the comment section below. Now, as you know, we have provided the base URL here into our playwright.config.ts file. So directly we have provided this base URL key inside this use object, and then we have provided this URL. But here we have one catch, right? Previously for the UI testing, we were handling multiple environments where we were keeping our UI base URL, username, password into the different .env files, and then on the basis of environment name which we were providing here, we were able to fetch the value from the specific files, right? For that we were using this .env package. See, on the basis of the environment name, these files were getting decided, and from those files the value of these environment variables were getting fetched. So into each .env file, this key name would be same and the value will be different. So now you will say why we have provided just a single URL for the API testing. Because for the API testing also, there can be the case where we are having two different environments. One is the demo environment, one is the dev environment, or there can be more than two environments, right? There can be UAT environment, there can be XYZ environment, or any environments can be there. So we cannot directly keep the URL here, right? For each environment, the API URL or the base URL of the API will be different. So what is the solution? So here what we will do, we will keep our base URL into our environment files, and here we will fetch the value based on the environment name which we provide with our command. The same thing we were doing for our UI testing. See, we were fetching the value of the environment variables like username, password, and the URL from these environment variables, and as I told, based on the environment name, this path of the .env file was getting decided. So wherever we were using this process.env these environment variable name, we were able to fetch the value based on the environment name. And in the same way, we can provide the base URL for the API testing. So here, let me open both the files. One is the demo environment, second one is the dev environment, which we are considering. In your case, there can be n number of environments. Now here, let's provide the key for this .env.demo file. So hit enter here, and here to provide the name, we are going to give all uppercase separated by underscore. So for the .env file, we are following the same naming convention. The same I have mentioned here into the document previously. See, upper case separated by underscore. So here I will give the name of the environment variable as API underscore base underscore URL. And then within the double quotes, we can provide the value. So let's copy the same value and here let's paste it. And the same thing we need to do for all of our .env files. So let me copy this key value here, and here for this .env also we need to provide the same environment variable name, which is API underscore base underscore URL equals to, and here this value can be different, right? For the demo environment, we are considering this is the correct URL, right? For the dev environment, let's say there can be RestFul-dev-booker, right? So like this, there can be different URL. For now, we will just give the dummy URL. It will not work although here, but in your project, you can provide the actual dev environment URL. Or if you are using UAT environment, so accordingly, you can provide that particular value with the specified name, right? For the specific file. For now, as we are having one correct environment for the practice purpose, so we are using this demo environment as the example as the correct one, right? Or the main environment which we are using. But for your case, there would be no such correct or incorrect, right? All the environments would be having the actual values which you would be using. Here we are providing dummy values, but accordingly you can provide the correct values. Now we have created this environment variable and its value. Now we need to provide the value from this environment variable. Let me copy this environment variable, and now let's go to this playwright.config.ts file. Here let's remove this particular value, and here let's provide process.env dot the environment variable name, which is API underscore base underscore URL. You can keep this name whatever you want. You can keep it as base underscore API underscore URL or base URL API, any meaningful name you can give, and the same name you will have to use here. So whatever the environment name which we provide while starting the execution, on the basis of that the file will get decided, and from that particular file only the values will get picked. And while learning about the API testing into the playlist, we saw that there are multiple ways to provide the base URL, the extra HTTP headers, but here we are going to use this way. But if you want to explore other ways to provide the base URL headers, then you can watch all the videos related to the API testing, which are part of this particular playlist. I will provide all the links of those videos into description also. So now this thing is sorted, right? Now the values will get picked based on the environment variable. Now, as previously, we were executing our tests by just giving this npx playwright test and then the project name. So at that time, we were not providing environment name. If we do not provide environment name, what will happen? It will by default consider this demo environment as the default one. But now we want to decide this environment name while starting the execution, as we were doing for the UI testing also. So in that case, what we will have to do? We will have to provide the command with this environment underscore name. So either you can write the complete command like env underscore name equals to dev or demo or UAT, then this command which is npx playwright test -- project equals to API test, or as we were using this package.json where we can just create the scripts. So we will not have to provide these long commands every time. We will have to just give npm run and then these keys. So let's create one key for the API testing also. So here under this scripts object value, inside this package.json, we will provide the key as test underscore API. Here you can give any name, the same name you will have to provide while starting the execution, right? npm run, and then this name we will have to provide, then colon, and again within the double quotes we need to write the command. So first cross-env, we are using this cross-env so that we will not have to be worried about the terminal, that on which terminal we are providing these commands to start the execution. This cross-env will take care of that. Otherwise, for each terminal there would be different syntax to provide these commands. So here using this cross-env, then env underscore name equals to, as for now we are only having one main environment which is demo, so we are giving this demo here. Let me add demo into this key name also, so in future if we are going to create one more key value pair for the dev environment, so in that case we can give the name as test underscore API underscore dev, right? Then npx playwright test hyphen project equals to, and here we can provide our project name which is API test, right? Here we have created the same project, so this is the project name, the same name we need to provide here into the command. See, here also we have used that same name. Here don't forget to put the comma, otherwise this error will appear here. So comma and then new key value pairs. Now let's use this key name, and to use it we need to give the command npm run and then this key name. Press Ctrl C to terminate this report hosting, and here provide this npm run and then this test underscore API underscore demo. Or if you want to keep the sync, here give the name as test underscore demo underscore API, right? So it would be easy to understand that we are testing onto the demo environment for the API project, right? Which means we are executing the API tests. Let's provide the same name here also. So test underscore demo underscore API. But it's totally up to you that what name you want to give here. Now let's hit enter. For now we are not using anything which will require secret key, so no need to worry about providing secret key here. Later once we will use methods like encryption, decryption, or anything which requires secret key, so in that case we will have to provide secret key here, that we will check later. For now just give this npm run test underscore demo underscore API. So on place of this particular big command we are just providing this small command. Hit enter here and it should start the execution. See, it is automatically taking this command and then it completed the execution quickly. First test generated this particular response and the second test generated this response. It also opened the report here. Here also you can see under the attachments we have this std out which will show the console log. So till now what we have done, let me close all these TypeScript files first. So here what we have done, we have first separated our UI tests and the API tests. Inside the UI tests we would be keeping all the tests where we are performing any action onto the UI, and into the API tests we will keep all the tests related to the API testing. There is no hard and fast rule to maintain this particular folder structure, but to keep the things proper I am maintaining this folder structure. If you want you can change this particular structure. Now inside this TypeScript file we have just imported the test from the hooks-fixer file, where we created these two simple tests. One is fetching all the booking IDs and then console logging it, and the second test is fetching the booking related details for the booking ID 1 and console logging it. For now, we are just doing these basic operations without doing any assertion. Later, we will add some more tests. And for these tests, we are using request fixture, and with the help of this request fixture, we are calling API methods. For now, we are just performing get call, but later we will see how we can perform post, put, delete and other different API calls. After that, we saw that we can keep our base URL here into playwright.config.ts file. So like this, we can keep the base URL. So previously we have hard coded the URL directly here, but now we are taking base URL from the environment files. So on the basis of environment name, which we provide with the help of environment variable, this particular URL will get decided. And then what we did, we have also added this extra HTTP headers, where we can keep all the headers which are required for our APIs. It's better to keep all the common headers here. We also created one new project. Inside this projects array, where we have provided the object with the name as the API test and test directory for the API tests folder. And here inside the package.json, we have created one key value pair for the scripts for the API testing. So this one is for executing all the tests of the API testing onto the demo environment. And here we have given this env_name equals to the name of the environment on which we want to do the execution. Then npx playwright test -- project equals to the project which we created inside the playwright.config.ts file. So till now, there should not be any confusion. If you have any confusion or any doubt, so let me know into the comment section below. You need not to worry. If you have any confusion or doubt, I will clear each and every of your doubt. You just leave the comment there. Now it's time to add some more tests into our test script files. And with each test, we would be learning something new for our API testing integration into the Playwright framework. I have created some of the manual tests into Azure DevOps board. Let me open those tests. Let's open Azure DevOps. Here I have the project with the name Wish Infinite. Inside it, let's go to the boards and see all the items are appearing here. Till 7, these are UI tests. From this 8th ID, we are having the API tests. So in your actual projects also, you would be having such manual tests which you will have to automate, right? So that's why I'm showing this particular process also to you, so that you would be aware, right? That how exactly the things are happening or the things are going to happen into your project. If you are setting up any new project, so there also you can follow the same process. There can be some small changes here and there, right? That you are using some other tool, you are using Jira to create the tests, or you are using any other process, you are just writing the tests into one document file. So that would be rare, but any process can be followed into different projects, and accordingly you'll have to set your framework. As here I am just giving the example of using Azure DevOps. So I've created my tests inside the Azure DevOps. Here let's open this 8th test. So here we have the title. So I'm considering this RestFul-booker as the application. Inside it, we have one module which is booking, right? There is booking module, there's auth module, ping module. So this is just the example. For your case, there may be some Word document where you will be getting all these API information. For each module, you will be getting these API details, like what is the base URL, what is the resource, what is the path param, query param, what is the header which we need to pass, right? What will be the response which we would be receiving, what will be the status code, the status text, what would be the response header, and so many details which you would be receiving with your document. So here we have got the details in form of site, but in your project there can be different process. There is one Swagger URL also you may get. There also you will get same details, right? So it depends projects to projects, right? But at the end we need to do the same thing, right? We need to test those APIs. So don't get confused, right? All these are the different forms in which we would be getting the information. As I gave you the example that mostly you would be having one UI, and for the same UI for different modules you would be having different APIs to fetch or post or update or delete the data, right? But here to explain the API testing into simpler way, I'm using this RestFul-booker APIs. Now let's go to our test. So see, for this application we have this booking module, and here this is the title of the test. And like this in your project you would be having the tests, or if you are setting up new projects, so in the same way you can write your tests. These are just sample tests, but in the similar pattern your tests will also be there, right? Your steps would be there as per your application, and what are all the different verifications that you want to perform. So here we have the steps that we need to provide the base URL with this resource which is booking as the path for the get call. Then we need to send get API call to receive the response. Then we need to verify the response status code, and the status code should be 200. This is the expected result. After that we need to verify that response status text should be okay. Then we need to verify the received response, and here we need to check that response body is not empty. After that we have this last step where we need to verify the content type value in the response header. The content type value in the response header should be this one, application/JSON, and then char set equals to UTF-8. So like this, for you in your application there can be different steps which you need to perform. There can be different verification that you need to perform. So based on these steps you can write your Playwright test script for the API testing. See, for the manual tests also you can add the tag. Like here I will add the API tag. For each API tag we can do so that for us it would be easy to identify or filter based on the tag also for the manual tests. It is not necessary, but for better readability or for better management you can add tags for manual tests also. Now this booking get API call we have already performed, but now we will also add different verifications and all these other details. And usually in actual projects you would also be using Postman tool to perform API testing. We saw here into the Postman tool that we can provide the specific call. It can be get, post, put, delete, right? We can provide the complete endpoint with the base URL, resources, query param, path param, headers also we can provide. Here if we need to provide any verification, then we can add different verification also. Let me add one verification that status code is 200, right? So here like this, once you will execute the script, it will also perform verification. You can add multiple verifications like this. So in my API testing playlist I have already discussed all these points, and here as we are not learning Postman tool, so I will not go in much deep for the Postman tool. But if you want me to create a complete Postman tool playlist, please let me know into the comment section below. For now let's focus onto Playwright. So now let's go to VS Code to create Playwright test script for automating this manual API test case. So let's open VS Code. Here, let me comment out these two old tests which we created to understand the basic API testing functionality. If you want, you can remove these two tests also. Now let's create one more test. Here, first we need to provide the title. So title, as we have previously seen into first part also, we will keep the title as title of the test case. So let me copy it and paste it here. You can give any name, but I usually prefer to give the test case name here so that it will be little easy to connect that which automation test script is for which manual test. If you want, you can also add test case ID here. So like this, if you want ID-8, right? So this is the ID of the test. So it's optional, but I am putting it here. If you want to add it, I would suggest add it for each test, right? To maintain the consistency. But it's totally up to you. You can either remove it or keep it. Now we have given our title. Now let's provide the second argument. So now here into part 1 of the Playwright framework video, we saw that we would be providing tags and annotations to the specific test. So put comma here and then JavaScript object, and here we will provide tags and annotations. So to provide the tag, provide tag here as the key, then colon, and here we can provide multiple tags inside the array. So square bracket, and here I will provide tags as @API, and I will add one more tag as @UAT, right? Any meaningful tags which you want to add, that you can add. For now, just to show you the example, I will add API here within the quotes, and then comma, then again quotes, and then @UAT. And now after tag, we need to add the annotation. And to do so, put comma here and provide second key, which is annotation, colon, and its value would be a JavaScript object, where again we need to provide type as the key, colon, and its value can be any string. And here I will give type as test case link. And within this object, we need to provide one more key value pair. So inside this annotation object, we have provided first key value pair for the type, and then second key value pair would be for the description. So description, colon, and then within the double quotes. As previously also, we saw that we can provide any description, but for our framework, I am providing link of the specific manual test case. So let me copy this link of the test and provide it here. So now we have provided title as the first argument, and then the JavaScript object as the second argument, where we have provided tags and annotation. You can provide multiple annotations by providing array, and inside that array you can add multiple annotations like this. So you can put multiple JavaScript object inside the array to handle multiple annotations. Now we need to provide third argument. So here put comma, and then we will be providing anonymous function. So async, then parenthesis, arrow symbol, and then curly braces. And here we would be putting our test script. And as we saw that we will require this request fixture to perform API testing. So within the curly braces, provide this request fixture. Now let's provide code here. So first let's perform a get call to get all the booking ID as per our test case, right? We need to provide BaseURL with the booking as path for the get call and send get API call to receive response, right? These are the manual test case written to perform the manual testing through the Postman tool, but accordingly you can write your automation test script also based on these tests. So here let's provide request.get is the call which we need to perform, and then we need to provide the base URL and the resource here. So base URL we have already added here into our test script file. See here, with the help of environment file, we will be getting base URL and automatically it will be taken by our API calls. So here we just need to provide resource for this particular test, and the resource name is booking. So here let's put booking within the quotes. We would also be taking this particular path separately from our JSON data file. For now, I am putting it directly here. And here, don't forget to put this await here, as this get method going to return the promise. And now let's save the response into one variable. So const, and here I will give name as booking IDs. Or here I will add suffix as RESP, which is for the response. So booking IDs response, or short form RESP, right? Now let me save this response into JSON format. So for that, what we need to do, we need to put const, then one variable where we will be saving the JSON response. So booking IDs JSON RESP equals to await, and then this response which we are getting from the get method dot JSON is the method which we need to use to get the response into JSON format. Now let me first console log this JSON response. So console.log, this we have done previously also. At that time we have put directly this JSON method here, but this time we have saved it inside one variable, and here we can directly put this variable inside console.log just to see the response onto the console. Now we have performed these two steps. Now we need to put different verifications, and for that we will have to provide assertions here. So first assertion is to check the response code should be 200, and for providing assertion we would be using this expect method. So import expect also here. So test comma expect, and this expect we are exporting from this hooks fixture where it is coming from this Playwright test only. So here provide this expect here, then within the parenthesis we need to use this get methods response value. So booking ID RESP dot, and here as we need to get the status code, so here we would be using status method. Here we are using this first variable, right, where we are directly getting get methods response. We are not using this JSON response, right, because this status method will get applied directly onto the response from this API method. Now after this expect parenthesis we need to put this dot to be, then within the parenthesis we need to provide the status code. So here the status code would be 200, and then semicolon at the end. So this is our first verification, and similarly we can also put different assertions for these verification, like to verify the status text as OK, to check that received response is not empty, and to verify content type value of the response header. Let's provide all these assertions here. So to check the status text, again we need to put this expect, then again same variable booking IDs RESP dot, and as we want to check the status text, and for that we have this status text method, then after expect parenthesis dot to be, and here we need to provide status text which will be OK. Alternatively, to check the status text we can use the OK method. Let me quickly put that here. So booking IDs RESP dot OK is the method which we need to use, and here we would be putting dot to be truthy after expect. So dot to be truthy, and then parenthesis semicolon. You can keep any one of the assertion. For now I will comment this out. Now the third verification we need to put to verify the response headers content type value. So here again this expect parenthesis booking IDs RESP dot headers is the method which we will use to receive all the headers parenthesis, and from here we need to read the value which is content hyphen type. So to read the content type value we will be putting square bracket and then within the quotes content hyphen type. As these are two words separated by hyphen, we cannot give dot content hyphen type, but let's say we want to fetch the value which is having single word, right? Let me show you. So here let's say we want to validate a different header apart from this content hyphen type. Let's say we want to validate the value of server. In that case we could have used this dot then server, but here we will have to use these square brackets. In case of single word you can use dot or the square bracket both. This is simple JavaScript concept. You can also Google about it. So we are simply fetching the value from this headers JavaScript object, and inside this headers JavaScript object we have this content type as the key. And after this expect parenthesis we need to put dot to be, and here we can provide the value which we want to validate. So here within the quotes we need to validate this content hyphen type is having value application / JSON semicolon char set equals to UTF hyphen 8. The same thing is written here into our manual test case also. So now here provide the same string. Let me put it in single line only, and now error is gone. And one more verification which we need to put is to validate that response body is not empty. So here we can put this expect parenthesis, and as we need to validate the response body is not null, so here we will put JSON response, right? On that we can directly check that this value should not be null. So here we have already fetched JSON response, so I will use this particular variable, and after expect parenthesis we need to put dot not dot to be null, and then parenthesis semicolon. So these are all 4 assertions or verifications which we wanted to do. I have changed this particular order. We can keep it in same order, but that does not matter, right? Last step is getting performed here only. After that all our verification which will be done once we receive the response. So here for these 4 assertions order does not matter because this is the action which we performed and we are just providing assertions after it. But just to maintain consistency I will follow this particular order. So now we have checked that this response body should not be empty also. Now here let's quickly run the script. So I will use this particular script key. So within the terminal npm run and then test_demo_API, and let's hit enter and it will start the execution. And see, it got passed. It also opened the report. But here let's first see the console log. See, it printed all the booking IDs because of this particular console log, and we are able to see one passed because all these verifications got successfully completed. And we can now see the HTML report also. See, here we are able to get the title, all the tags also we are getting, which are API and UAT, and this particular filter is appearing because of our project which we created inside our playwright.config.ts file, right? Usually we get Chromium, Firefox, WebKit, but we created this one, so that's why it is appearing there. And we are using camel casing for the project name, so we would also be easily able to identify that this is the project name and this is the tag name, but it's totally up to you. And here we have provided annotations, so if you will click here it will take you to the specific manual test. see the manual test got opened. And here all the steps which we performed inside our test block. So these are hooks which are before hook and after hook. Here inside the hook only this request fixture is there. And then here we performed get call. We have converted response into JSON format, and then we simply provided 4 different assertions to validate the status code, the status text, the value should not be empty, and to validate the header content type. So all these things are appearing there into the report. Here we can also see the console log. And for now, if you will see inside our test, we are hard coding this booking path, this particular value which can be changed right into the future. If you want, you can also keep this status code and status text into JSON file, but for now it is okay to put it here, right? These are just the status code. We can provide these status code inside one JSON key and then put it here. But for now, I will just put this booking path or resource into our data file and this particular value into data file. That is more than sufficient to avoid hard coding. And to do so, let's create our data files for the API testing. So to provide this booking path, let me go to this data folder where we have kept our JSON data file for the UI testing. And here only I will create one new file and I will give the name of this particular file as API-path-data.json. You can give any meaningful name. I'm giving this name as I just want to keep all the paths related to the APIs into this particular file. And here we are giving name into the kebab casing. As we have already seen into part 1 that for providing these file names, we would be using kebab casing. Now inside this particular file, we need to provide these curly braces, and here we will provide key and value pair. And here let's provide key name as booking_path and its value would be booking. So colon, and then within the double quotes we need to provide booking here. For now only this path is required, but in future or in your case into your project you will be having different paths which you will have to put, right? Apart from booking, let's say here into RestFul-booker we have this auth as the path, this ping as the path. So in your project there may be different paths that you will have to provide. Now let's put this booking value by fetching it from this JSON file. So let's go to our test script file, and here let's first import this data. So import, and here I will give API path data into the camel casing from, and here we need to provide the path of our JSON file. So for that // to go to this particular folder, then again // to go to the main project folder. Inside it we need to go to this data folder, and inside it we have this API-path-data.json file. And now we can use these imported name. So let me remove this booking and here provide this API path data.booking_path. So this is the key name which we have provided into our JSON file, which will fetch this particular path. So booking_path. In future, if this booking path changes, let's say it changes to booking IDs. So in that case, you'll not have to change it here into test script file. We will have to just change the value here from booking to booking IDs or any path. If it gets changed, we will not have to visit our test script file. And now let's put this particular value inside the JSON file. And for that, I will create one separate JSON file. So right click onto this data, new file, and here I will give name of this file as RestFul-booker API-module data.json. So I am maintaining this particular naming convention, right? The module name -module data.json, and this name we are going to give into kebab casing, that you can check into the table related to the naming convention which I have provided into part 1. So RestFul-booker API-module data.json. Hit enter. Here again we need to provide curly braces, and now we need to provide key and value pair. So here our key is the content -type. So within the double quotes, content -type colon, and now its value is this application /JSON semicolon char set equals to UTF-8. So the same value I will provide within the double quotes, and here I will give key name into snake casing, right? Here also we followed this snake casing, so follow the same casing, right? It is content _type. We are using snake casing that we have already discussed, right? For JSON response key, use the snake case. So all the naming convention you can follow based on this particular table. Now let's go to our TypeScript file, and here again let's import the JSON data from this file. So import, then name I will give as RESTful API data from, and then we need to provide path of this RestFul-booker API-module data JSON file. It is too big name, but just to maintain the proper name and also to understand it by just looking at the name, I am giving name like this. So // and then data / and then this particular JSON file. Here we have given the name like this one is the module which is RestFul-booker API we have given as this particular JSON file is for the API testing. Here also if you want you can use it -UI after the module name. That's up to you. You can keep the name as per your convenience. And after that cut, and after this -API we have given module data.json. Now let's use this RESTful API data. So let me remove this hard-coded string value, and here for this verification, to verify the content type of the header, we can use this RESTful API data dot and then content _type to fetch this particular value. And now we are not taking these hard-coded values, right? So now we have automated our first manual test. Here let me give this I capital for the ID, and we have also seen that how we can use JSON file to fetch the data into our API test scripts, and we would be using same format. We would be putting all of our API data into this particular file, and we would be putting all the paths data into this particular file. And if you feel, let's say you are having multiple API modules like booking, or as we have taken example of OrangHRM, there were different separate modules like PIM, leave. So for each module, if you are doing the API testing and it is having multiple data, so you can create multiple files like this and keep your data for the specified module separately. For now, we are just validating one booking module for this RESTful-booker. So I have created this common file, but it's totally up to you how you want to manage your data into these JSON files. And here, if you want inside the data, you can create subfolders. One is the API-data and the second one is UI-data, and then you can put the specific files into specific folders. That's totally up to you. That we have done for the tests folder. See, we have created API-tests and the UI-tests. And the same thing you can follow for these data files also. Let me quickly do that so that you will have the better understanding and easily if there are n number of files. For now there are 4 files only, but in practical scenario there can be multiple files like 10, 20 for each API and the UI. In that case it would be easy to find files into the separate folder. So here I will create 2 folders. One is API-data and the second one is UI-data. And here I will move these 2 UI related JSON files into UI-data. You can cut and paste also, or you can drag and drop. And here click onto this confirmation and let's move these API JSON files also. This time I will cut and paste it inside the API data. And when you do such refactoring of the folder structure, so don't forget to update these paths here, right? You will also be seeing the error. So here these 2 error is appearing as it is not able to find the JSON files inside the data folder, right? Because we have kept it inside the subfolders. So here let me provide / and then see automatically it is showing these suggestions. So API-data / this particular JSON file, and same is the case here. So / API-data, and now see error is gone. And we have also moved these UI JSON files also. So let me update it into each TypeScript file wherever we have used these JSON files. Otherwise, it will show the error. See, on each file we are getting the error. So we need not to do anything. We just need to simply put the correct path. So after data / here we need to give UI-data / and then this JSON file login-module-data.json, right? This file inside the UI-data. Here it is still showing error, but sometimes this Visual Studio takes time to remove this error. But see, I'm pressing Control and mouse hovering, so it is detecting the correct path, right? So this error will go automatically. Now let me update it for this particular file also. So pim-module.spec.ts, here we are using this pim-module-data.json. So after / data we need to put / and then UI-data / and this pim-module-data.json. And let's open this global.setup.ts file, and here we are not using any JSON file. So here we are okay, right? But whenever you are doing such refactoring, don't forget to update import statements, or wherever you have given the path you will have to update it. Okay, although these folder structures sometimes may get changed on the go, so that is normal process, no need to worry about it, right? You can update the paths accordingly. Mostly if you rename or move any of these TypeScript or any other files, you will get suggestion from the Visual Studio to update the imports. So in that case you can do it with the help of VS Code also, rather than manually updating the paths like this. Still these error is coming, but I think this particular error should go away once we restart the VS Code. Let me quickly restart it just to make you sure that we have updated correct path, and this is just appearing because of IDE. So let me again open VS Code and see the error for files are gone, right? So sometimes in Visual Studio it takes time to remove such errors, or simply you can restart your IDE and it should work. Now see, we have better folder structure also for the tests folder and for the data folder also. And if you feel that for your project some other folder structure or subfolder structure is required, then accordingly you can modify or put your folder structure. There is no such restriction or no such hard and fast rule that you need to follow this particular folder structure only. Names also you can decide. Now let's quickly again execute this particular test and then we will move further. So here provide this npm run and then test underscore demo underscore API, just to be sure that whatever the changes related to the JSON file which we have done are correct. See, our test got passed. And now let's move further for the second test. So let's go to our Azure DevOps board. Let me close these extra tabs and let me close this browser also. It is extra browser, we do not need it. Now let's go to our next manual test. So go to work items and here we have this test with the test case ID as 9. Click on it and here we have the title that we want to verify that the user is able to fetch booking details for the booking ID using get API and receives valid response. Here also we are going to perform get call for the booking as the resource but with the ID, right? This is the particular case that we would be providing this get call with the booking resource and the booking ID, and we should be able to receive this particular response. So that's what is the API which we are validating, right? So we will perform the get call for the specified booking ID and then we will put these verification that we will check status code, status text, we will check that response is not empty, and we will also validate the first name that it should have valid first name, right? In the response we are receiving this first name, so we want to validate this first name that we are receiving this valid name. So now let's create Playwright test script for this second API test which is having ID as 9. Now let's go to VS Code. Here put the test, then the title. So here test case ID is 9, so ID space hyphen 9 and then let's put our test case title. So this is our title ID, we have already put as the 9, so space title. Let me put one more hyphen here and here also, and then we need to provide the second argument where we will provide tags and annotations, curly braces, tag, colon, these square brackets, and here again let's provide these API and UAT tag, then comma, and then we need to provide annotation. So annotation as the key, colon, curly braces, and here we would be providing type and description. So type, colon, test case link is the type, let me copy it from here, comma, description, and here we are providing description as the test case URL. So here let's copy this URL or link you can say and paste it here. So now we have provided second argument as the JavaScript object with the tags and annotations details. Now put comma and then anonymous function. So async curly braces, here we are going to use the request fixture, then after function parenthesis, right, which is this one, put arrow symbol and then curly braces, and inside these curly braces we would be putting our automation test script code for this particular test. So now again let's perform the get call. So provide await request fixture dot get, and then within the parenthesis we need to provide the endpoint. Base URL is already there into config file, so we need to provide booking as the path, and as we saw, rather than hard coding it, we would be taking from the JSON file. So here let's again use this API path data, which is the import for this JSON file, dot, and then booking underscore path, and here with this booking path we also need to provide the booking ID. So how we can put it? Either we can use double quotes, single quotes, and plus icon for the concatenation, but I will use backticks that I find more easy and readable. So let me put these backticks and then dollar curly braces and this API path data dot booking underscore path. After that, we need to put / and then the booking ID. So booking ID we will take as the one, or any booking ID you can take from this particular list. And this booking ID data can change, right? In future, let's say you want to validate ID number 101. So in that case, you'll have to change it into TypeScript file if you directly give here the booking ID. But now, as we are having our data files, we will be keeping our booking ID here only. So after content type, let me add one more key value pair. Here I will give quotes and then booking underscore ID as the key, then colon, again quotes, and here I will provide booking ID as 1. And here now let's fetch the value. So again put this dollar curly braces as we are using backticks. So to provide the variable, we will have to use this dollar curly braces. And here let's fetch the value from this particular file. So for that, we have already imported this RESTful API data, right? As we have kept our data related to the booking ID into this file. Don't get confused, right? Here into this API path data.json file, we are just keeping the paths. We have kept booking ID here. So we will have to get the value from here only. So RESTful API data dot booking underscore ID. Now we will get the response. So let's save the value inside one variable. So const, then booking response is the name I am giving. So booking RESP, short for the response, and then equals to any name you can give here to save the value from this get call. This get call is having BaseURL with the booking as the path / 1 is the path param for the first booking ID. Now let's save the JSON response also into one variable. So const, then booking JSON response is the name which I am giving, equals to, and here await this booking RESP which we received from this get call dot JSON method. See, we have used the same thing here also. Now let's console log also. Although in your projects you need not to console log every time, right? Just to show you the response, I am console logging it. But if you want, you can remove this particular console log everywhere once you are done with your development of automation test steps, right? And here just provide this booking JSON response variable name. So it will print the JSON response for this first booking ID. It will show all the booking details. Now let's provide all the assertions for all the verifications, right? So we have these 4 verification. For that we need to provide assertions. So here again provide this expect, the same code, right? We have already imported expect. Then I will quickly add all the assertions. Now not much explanation is required. You already know how to add the assertion. So inside expect parenthesis, we need to provide this booking RESP, right? As here we want to validate the status code. So booking RESP, which is the response from the get method, dot status is the method here we need to use, and after expect dot to be 200. In the similar pattern, let's validate the status text. So expect booking RESP dot status text parenthesis, and after expect we need to put dot to be, and then as a string we need to provide OK. Now let's put the third assertion, or let me copy it directly from here also just to save the time. And here we need to validate that this particular response should not be null, the complete response which we are going to get. And the fourth validation was related to the verification of the first name, that it should be valid name. See here within the response we are going to receive the first name, right? And it should be valid. Although we are using this demo site, so every time the value for the first booking ID will change. So we are not exactly validating the name, but we can validate that the name should not be null, right? So like that you can do the verification. And in your projects let's say it is for sure that name is not going to change. So in that case, you can just simply first fetch the name, right? So inside the expect, you need to use this booking JSON response, right? The JSON response which we have converted dot, and here we need to fetch the first name. So first name is the key, right? Same key name you need to give dot, and here we are going to use the method which is to equal, and here if you know the exact name, you can provide exact name for the specific booking ID. For an example, I will put wish here, although it is going to get failed, but just to show you the failure also, I am doing this. And as for now, we don't know, right, what would be the correct name, as onto this demo site on the random basis this name will get changed, but into actual project, for your case, if the name is not changing, you can sure shot provide that correct name. And this name also, rather than providing here with the hard-coded value, provide it inside the JSON file, right? So here I will put comma, then within double quotes, first name is the key, colon, and then within the double quotes, I will give the name as wish. And now let's use this RESTful API data as we have kept it inside this particular file for this particular import, right? So we are going to use this particular import. So here within two equals RESTful API data dot first name we need to provide. Here if you just want to validate the value is not null, so you can use different methods, right, like to null or any other suitable method for any of your assertion you can put, right? This is just an example which I am adding. So now our second API test is ready. Let's again quickly do the execution. So npm run test underscore demo underscore API. And see, we have got one failure for this second test, and I told you, right, it will get failed because see, we were expecting this wish as the name, but for this booking ID 1, we are receiving Eric as the name. Let me quickly update Eric into our data files, right? Now we need not to go into our test script file. We can just simply update data here, and let me quickly start the execution. And see, both of our tests got passed, right? Let me roll it back so that you will be able to see the failure also into our HTML report. Let's again execute it with the incorrect value only to get the failed report. Let me close these old tabs, and we have got the failure report. See, our failure will look like this. We will get the error into the HTML report only, right? For the UI testing, the same case was there, and for the API testing also, the same HTML report will get generated, right? There are no difference. If you are using page fixture or the request fixture, you are going to get the same report, right? There is no need to get confused. We are getting these traces also. If you want, you can validate the trace, right? You can just simply click here and the trace will appear here with all the timeline details, all the actions before and after things, right? Although we would not be able to see anything onto the browser as there is no page fixture and we are not performing any action, but here we can validate errors, console, network request, right? That which network request got performed. See, this is our API call with this booking resource and then booking ID. This is the request header, this is the response header, right? Here we have got this particular body, right? So all these things you can validate into the trace also. Let me go back to the HTML report, and other things are same, right? You can click onto this particular link. You can use these filters also on the basis of tag name or on the basis of the project name. Now let's automate our third API test. Go to the work item and then open this third API test. Here we have the step, right, where we need to perform the post call for the booking, where we will provide this particular header with our post call. This is the body which we will pass, right? And once we will perform this post call, here we need to validate the response status code, and we would also be validating that whatever the body which we have sent, we are receiving the same body into the response or not. See here, into RestFul-booker, we are going to validate this particular post call, right, where we will pass this as the body and these headers, and then we are going to receive this 200 status code as well as this particular response, right? This is the response. So we are going to get new booking ID which got created, right? We are creating new booking, and then we will get this booking details, right? So this is the body which we need to validate that we are getting this body inside the response or not, right? Body, when I'm saying this particular booking details, we are getting into our response or not. So whatever request body which we send should appear here into the response for this booking key. Now let's go to VS Code. Here let's create one more test block, parenthesis, and here let's provide our title. So within double quotes, let me copy the title, which is this one. Verify that the user is able to create new booking using Post API and receive valid response. Here let's first give the ID. So ID -10 and then this particular title. If you want, you can provide this ID -10 at the end, or if you don't want to provide, that's up to you, right? Although we are adding annotations as the link, so here also this ID is there, but just to be more clear, we are adding ID here. And the same thing you can do for your UI tests also, which we have created into our first Playwright framework video. Now put comma here, and now let me copy this complete object from the previous test rather than writing it again, right? Just to save the time. So after comma, give the same object where we are providing tags and annotations. So tag we need to give API and the UAT only, and then annotation we need to provide. So the type would be same, test case link or any type string you can provide. Azure DevOps test case link or Jira test case link, anything you can write here, right? It should be meaningful. And then we need to provide the link for this third test. So copy it and paste it here, right? I'm not again writing this tags and annotations because it is same as previous two tests, only test case related details got changed, right? And I want to save the time also. And now after this tags and annotation, we need to provide third argument, which will be anonymous function. Here I have missed one curly braces. Let me put this curly braces, right? Because this curly brace is for this annotation and we missed this curly braces, right, for the complete object. Now I have added it. Let me go into the second line. So now it is properly visible, right? This green one was for the second argument and this one for the annotation value. And now we need to provide the third argument for this test. So after the second argument, provide comma and then anonymous function. So async parenthesis, and here within the curly braces, we need to provide the request fixture. And after these function parenthesis, we need to give arrow symbol and curly braces. And here we need to provide await request post method as we want to perform the post call. And then within the parenthesis, we would be providing different details. So first one for the post call, which we need to provide is the endpoint. So the base URL is already there into config file, right? We just need to provide the path. See here, the path will be the booking one only, and that we have already provided into the previous tests. So let's give API path data dot booking path, right? Here need not to use these backticks, right? Because we just need to provide one variable and we need not to concatenate or provide any other variables value here. So simply we can provide it directly. And apart from providing endpoint, we need to provide this header, which is content type as application/JSON. Although here we can provide any of the header, but as per the document, let's add this content type. Previously, we have already added accept as the header into our playwright.config.ts file. See here, so let me add one more header. So inside this extra HTTP headers, after first key value pair, put comma, hit enter, and then here, as we need to provide content hyphen type, let me copy it from here only just to avoid any typo error, and then provide the key. So this time here we have provided this accept directly as it is a single word, but content hyphen type are combination of two words separated by hyphen. So in that case, we will have to add it within the quotes. So content hyphen type as the key within the quotes, colon, and its value, which is application/JSON. Although if you will add any one of it, that will also work, but on the safer side, I have added both the headers. In the curl, they have just added one header, but here they have mentioned two headers. Now our headers are in place. So now we need to provide the body, right? Body as in data related to our booking details that we want to create, right? Let's say if you want to create a booking into hotel, then you will have to provide your name, like first name, last name, the booking date. So all those details we will have to send with our post request body, right? See first name, last name, total price, check-in, check-out time, additional needs. So all these details we would be sending as a request body for this post call. So after this first argument, put comma, and here we need to pass the complete body. Let me copy the body from here only. So this is -d, which is for the data inside this curl command, right? And let me copy this complete body, right? So it is a JSON data, right, within the curly braces. And now to provide the request body, we need to provide curly braces for the second argument, and here we need to put key as the data as we are sending request data here, colon, and then we need to pass the complete JSON data body here. So let me paste the value, and with this we will be able to perform a post call for this particular body. Let me change first name to Wish and last name to Infinite. Any details you can change here, right? And whatever the data which you are sending, we should be able to same data into the response under the booking key. And here let me save the response into one variable. So const, and then create booking RESP is the variable name I'm giving, then equals to. So here we will get the response. But now again we are doing hard coding here. See, we are providing this request body directly into our TypeScript file, and in future, let's say you want to change this data or any structure you want to change because of any change into your APIs. So in that case, you will have to come here, change the value, right? And that is not the best practice. So now we will keep this particular data into JSON data file. So this is the data file which we are using to keep the data related to the RestFul-booker. So here into the JSON file, let's put comma, and here I will give the key name as create booking. So create underscore booking, then colon, and here let's provide our JSON data. So we can just simply cut and paste the complete JSON object. So go to your data file and paste this value. No need to put double quotes, right? Here we were passing the string, but this time we are passing complete JSON object. Here this is one extra which we have put. Let's remove it. Now our data is ready. Now let's use this data here. So again, we need to use this RESTful API data after this data colon, and then this create underscore booking key, which will fetch this particular JSON data. And here by mistake I've cut this curly brace while cutting that JSON object. Let me put it back here. Hit enter, and now this is our post call. This is our first argument, right, for the post call, which is our booking path, then comma, then this is our second argument, which is a object where key is the data and its value is the request body, which we have kept here. This is our request body, which we can fetch by this create underscore booking, like this. Now let's save the response into JSON format also. So const create booking JSON RESP. Here also let me correct the spelling. Then equals to await and this response which we have received from the post call dot JSON, and then parenthesis and semicolon. Here also let's put semicolon. Here I've typed the wrong method name. Let's correct it, JSON. Now error is gone, and now let's put assertions also. So here only two assertions are there. First one is to validate the status code, and second one is to validate the response body, which should have the booking key with the same value passed as the request body with the post call. Let's add request here just for better understanding. Now let's put these two assertions. So expect we have already imported. Then to validate the status code, we need to use this response, original response dot status, and then parenthesis, and after expect put dot to b, and here we need to provide 200 as the status code. Now let's give the second assertion. So expect, and this time we are going to use this JSON response, as we need to validate the JSON response is having same response which we have passed as the request body. So create booking JSON RESP dot, and after dot we need to put this booking key to fetch the value of this booking, which should be complete JSON object. So dot booking, and after expect we need to use to match object method. So to match, and as we need to match the complete JSON object, so the method would be to match object, and inside it we need to pass the complete object which we want to match with this particular value. So whatever the request body which we have passed, we can pass here, because we want to match that request body which we have passed. See, from here should match with the response booking keys value, right? So booking key will have a complete object and same as request body. And here, rather than providing again the same data, we can just simply get the data with the help of create booking. So again, let's use this RESTful API data dot create booking. This is the request body which we have passed, and the same thing we are passing here. And now our test block is ready for creating the new bookings. Now let's start the execution. Let's press Ctrl C and then again provide npm run test underscore demo underscore API, which will run 3 tests. And this second test will get purposefully failed as we are providing wrong expected name there. That is okay. But other 2 tests should get passed. See, it got passed. Here into the console log also, you will be able to see the same details. See, our third test, which we created, got passed. There is no error. See, this particular assertion also got passed. Means we are getting the same booking response which we have passed as the request body. If you want, you can add one console log here. So into the console log also, you would be able to see the same response which we are passing as the request body. Let's again quickly start the execution to see the response into the terminal. See, here we are getting this response, and inside it we have the booking key, and then we have this response, and the same response we are passing as the request body with the first name as wish and last name as infinite. So now our third test block is also ready. Now let's go to the next test case. Let's open Azure DevOps. Let's close all these old reports. Here let's go back to the work item. Here we have made this request body chain. So let's save it first. And now we are onto the work items. Here let's open this fourth API test, right? 8, 9, 10 we have already created. This is the fourth one, which is having ID as 11. And here this is the test case where we need to verify that the user is able to update existing booking using put API and receive valid response. So here we are going to validate this particular example of update booking. And here we need to perform put API call for this particular endpoint, right? This is our base URL, booking is the resource, and then we need to provide the ID that which booking we want to update. About all these get, post, put, patch, delete call we have already seen into my API testing related videos, and I am again repeating that if you have not watched those videos, it is highly recommended to watch those videos first. I will provide link of those videos into description, and I have also created a separate playlist related to the API. So there also you would be able to find the same videos. Now once you provide this complete endpoint, you also need to add the header. So content type and accept we have already added. Apart from this, we need to perform API authentication. So either we can do this API authorization with the help of this basic authorization, where we can just pass this authorization as the key and this token as its value, or we can provide cookie as the key and then its value, which will be token equals to and then the token's value. Now how we can get the token value? So in that case, here onto this site you will see we have this create token link. Click here and it will show you all the details that how you can generate the token. For that we need to provide this base URL /auth. So auth is the resource we need to provide, and then we need to perform a post call where we need to pass the request body also with this username and with this password. And once we perform this post call, we will receive this token as the response with this key and value pair. So this is our token, and then we can use this token into this particular API call. So cookie colon token equals to the token which got generated. Every time you will be getting one unique new token. And with this put call, we would be passing the request body that what details we want to update. And once we perform the post call, we will receive the response with the status code and the request body. So here with this update response, we should receive the same body or same response body which we passed as the request body. And as I told that we can do this API authentication with any of these two ways. So let's first use this first way and then we will look for this second approach. So this first one would be easy one only. We have seen this thing into API related video. Let me copy this key here. So let's first go to VS Code. Here let's create one more test. Let's give the title. So within quotes provide id hyphen 11 hyphen and then title of this particular test, then comma, and here let's copy this second object which is to provide tags and annotations. So let's provide the same object here and let me update this description which is link of our manual test case. Here for the third test also I forgot to update the link. It should be link for the test case with the ID 10. And here we have updated it for this fourth API test. Now after this we need to provide third argument. So after this curly braces and not after this. This red curly brace is for this annotation, right? And this one is for the second argument. This. See, if you will click on the curly brace, you would be able to see it selected both at the opening and closing end. Now put comma here, then async parenthesis request fixture here, then after anonymous function parenthesis arrow symbol and then curly braces. And here let's perform the put call as we have seen onto this RestFul-booker. If you want, you can use the curl command to provide it into Postman tool, right? For now I am not using Postman tool again and again, otherwise it will unnecessarily increase the length of the video, right? But you can try every API call first into the Postman and then into Playwright. Now let's perform the put call. So await request is the fixture, dot put is the method which we need to use, and here we need to pass the endpoint. BaseURL we have already provided at the global label into playwright.config.ts file here. So after that we need to provide this booking resource and then this path param. So to get the booking resource we need to use this one, booking underscore path. Previously also we have used it for all the three tests of the API, and then we need to also provide the ID. So this time again I will use the backticks dollar curly braces and here this API path data for this particular file dot booking underscore path, and then within these backticks after the curly braces provide / and then the booking ID which you want to update. Here let's update this first booking ID only, or let's update this two booking ID. Okay, and as we have seen, rather than hard coding it, let's provide it into JSON file. So here I will add one more booking ID. So booking underscore ID, this is second key, so I will give 2 here, colon, and then its value. So it can be any booking ID. Let's say we want to update 123, we can put 123 here and then comma. But here I will update booking ID 2, right? Any ID which you want to update, that you can change. Now let's provide that value here. So for that again dollar symbol curly braces, and here this time we want to read data from this file. So put that import name, which is RESTful API data dot booking ID 2, which will have some value, and that value will get added here. For now, we have provided 2 here, so 2 will come after this /. Here, let me correct this typo error. It should be await, right? And now we need to provide the second argument. So put comma and then curly braces. So for post call, we have provided this data as the key and then complete request data as the value, right? But here this time we want to also provide header here, and for that again we have this headers key colon, and here we can provide any header. So as I told, first let's provide this authorization and then its value for authenticating this put call. So let me copy this authorization key here. So after this headers colon, we need to put the value, and that value would be again JavaScript object, and here key would be authorization, this one colon, and its value we will have to keep this only, right? This is the exact value which the site has provided. So simply within the quotes we can paste that value. So this is one way to provide this authorization here, but this value is the static one. This is not going to change. So we can also provide it directly inside our playwright.config.ts file within this extra HTTP headers. So after putting comma, we can put this authorization as the key and this value as the response. So wherever this authorization will be required, automatically Playwright will take this particular value and will authenticate your API. For now, I am providing authorization and its value here into playwright.config.ts file, but just wanted to show you that you can keep this authorization key and its value for the specific test wherever the authentication is required. For now, removing this header section, but whenever we will use this cookie for authentication, in that case we will be again using this particular header for the specific test. For now, let me remove it, and here now let's provide data. So hit enter, data is the key colon, and then the complete data which we want to update. So this data we would be getting from the JSON file. So let's create one set of data. So after this create booking, put comma, and here I will give the key name as update booking. So update underscore booking colon, and then the data which we want to update. Let me copy this data into the same format from this site, paste it here, and here I will give first name as Wish and last name as YouTube. Okay, and let's give total price as 500. So these are all the values we want to update, right? We cannot update partial value. We will have to pass all the values even though we are not updating it, but the format and all the keys should be there in case of put call. In case of patch call, we can partially update the record, but in case of put, we will have to update the complete record only. So that's why passing all the values here. Now let's fetch the value here. So again, RESTful API data dot update underscore booking is the key name which will fetch all these details, or the complete object it will fetch. And then here after data colon, we need to provide RESTful API data dot update booking, which is having all these details. And now let's go to the next manual step. So here we have provided token directly at the global label into playwright.config.ts file. We will see the second approach also. For now, just to show you the first approach, I have used that authorization key and value pair. Then we have set this endpoint with a base URL, booking, and then its ID. We have already given this header, right? For now, we are not using this cookie approach, just for understanding both the things, right? And then we have passed this body, right? This is just the example. We can change the values here, and then we will send this put call. And now we need to validate the status code as well as the response. So response body should be same as the body passed with the put call. So exact same body we are going to receive in the response. Let's perform these two validations. So after this put call, put semicolon, and here let's first receive the response into one variable. So const update booking response is the variable name I'm giving here, equals to. So update booking RESP, here we are receiving the response. Let's convert this response into JSON format. So for that, await this update booking response dot JSON is the method, semicolon. And let's save this value inside one variable, which is update booking JSON RESP, and then equals to. So now we will get the JSON response here. Let's console log at the end. Please remove these console logs just to show you the value here into the terminal. I am every time adding the console log. Now let's provide assertions. Here expect, inside it this update booking RESP dot status, as we want to validate the status code, which should be 200. Here let me correct this expect dot after the expect, and then to be, and here it should be 200, right? And then the second assertion, where we want to validate that response which we have received should have exactly same body as the request. So again expect, here we need to provide the JSON response. So update booking JSON response, where we are receiving this JSON response, okay? And this exact value should match with the body which we are passing here. So again we will have to use the method which is toMatch object. Here also we have used toMatch object method to match the JavaScript object, right? So here toMatch object, and here between parentheses we need to pass the complete request body which we passed here. So the same RESTful API data dot update booking we can pass here, which will just fetch and put this value for the assertion also. So here we have set this particular data, and now we are validating the same data. In case of create, we were receiving the data but under the booking key, right? But here the complete body is going to be the same. Now our test is ready for the put call with the help of this authorization key, this one. Now let's start the execution. Let me terminate this report and provide npm run test underscore demo underscore API here, and see our execution got completed, and this 11th test case ID got passed, right? This is our fourth test and it is passed now. Here let me open it, see all the passed steps are there, and here also I can open the console log and see whatever the request body we sent, the same is appearing as the response, right? Here we are console logging the response, right, and not the request body. See console log and then update booking JSON response, which we are receiving by converting this response from the put call. Now we are done with the first way to authenticate the API, where we have used the API key, right? We have provided this key as authorization, and API key is with this key starting with the basic. It is not necessary that in your project the same key and same format value would be there. There can be different key here inside the header and its value can be in different format. But the approach would be same to use the API key. For an example, there can be API-key which can come as the key, and then here there can be some different value into some different format. Now, as we are done with the authenticating APIs with the API key, now let's look for the second way where we would be authenticating API by using basic authentication. Here, this time we are going to use this way where inside the header we need to pass cookie as the key, and then this token equals to the token value we need to pass. And this approach is called basic authentication. Here first we would be generating the token as we saw, and then we would be passing that token here after token equals to into header. And to do so, what we need to do? We need to perform this post call where we have this BaseURL /auth, and here we would be passing username and password as the request body with this header content type as application /JSON. And once we pass correct username and password here where the username is admin, this one, and password is password123. In your project there can be some other username, some other password, completely different URL, and there can be the case that there are some extra key value pair required for the body. So the approach to use the basic authentication is going to be the same. We need to perform the API call by passing the required header as well as required body as per your project. And in response, you would be getting such kind of token. Here also, the response may be different in your project, but the approach which you will follow would be the same. Here, previously, we have already talked about basic authentication into my video related to the API key. If you have not watched that video, you can watch that particular video to refresh this particular concept in depth. Now, let's first generate this token. And for that, we have the base URL that we have already kept into our .env file. And then we have this new path, which is auth, or you can also call it resource, right? And here we will perform the post call. Let's go to the VS Code. If you want, you can also first try performing this particular call into Postman. And here one way would be that inside our test, we can directly perform a post call with the required details, and then it will generate the token, and then that token we would be passing here into our put call. But like this, there can be multiple put call or patch call where we will require that token. So in that case, every time we should not write the same code again and again into each test. And to avoid that, what we can do, we can create one method and we would be calling that particular method. And to create that method, I will be first creating one separate class. And this is going to act as common utility, right? Every time we are going to use this utility to generate basic authentication token. So we will go to this utils folder, and inside this common utils, we have kept different methods which are common for both UI and API testing. But just to keep the method which is required for the API testing, I will create one more class here inside the utils folder. For that, right click, new file, and here we will give name as common API utils.ts. Now hit enter. You can give any name for this particular class file. Here we would be keeping all the utilities related to the API testing. For now, we are just going to create one method, but in your case, if such common methods are required, which will be applicable for the API testing, then you can keep such reusable methods inside this particular file which is common API utils, which is under utils folder. Now let's first create a class with the same name as the file name, which is common API utils.ts. So export default class and then the class name, which is common API utils, and then opening and closing of curly braces. And inside this particular class, we are going to create one method which will perform a post call to generate the basic authentication token. And for that, we will require a request fixture. And here we are not going to use the test block. So we will not be able to use that request fixture directly, right? But we can pass the request fixture from our test file or from our fixture file to this particular class. So here, just be with me. If you don't get anything, just try to understand it. At the end, once we create the method, constructor, and all the details which are required, you will be able to understand it better. So now here inside this class, first we will create a constructor. So constructor is the keyword, and then parenthesis, and here opening and closing of curly braces. And inside this constructor, we are going to put a parameter, right? So whenever we will create object of this class, we will pass a argument here with the constructor. And here the parameter would be request. And what will be the type of this particular request? So this type we can take from our API test, where we were using the request fixture. So mouse over on any of your request fixture and see here the type of the request is API request context. So copy it. Now here inside this common API utils, after request put colon and then this particular type, API request context. Here it is showing error, mouse over on it and click onto this quick. It will ask us to import this API request context. See, add import from Playwright test. Click here and it will import API request context from Playwright/test package. Manually also you can write this particular line. Now once we will create object of this class, we will pass request fixture from there. And here let me save this request fixture inside one variable. So first I will declare the variable. Here we can create this variable private, and then I will give the variable name as request only. You can give any name, but just to keep it consistent, I am giving request here. After that, colon and this variable's type, which is going to be the same as API request context. And as I told, if you want, you can give any name here. You can give request 123 or request well or anything, right? Now we will save value of this request fixture inside this request variable of class common API utils. So this is not new which we are doing. We have done the same thing while using the page object model, right? Let me open it side by side so you will have a clearer picture. See, we created the class, we created variables, we created constructor, right? Let me open one more this login page where we created methods also. So the same thing we are doing, right? We declared the variable, then we assigned value to the variable, right? This time we are using this request fixture. Previously in the page classes, we assigned value of the page fixture inside this page variable of the specific class, right? So don't get confused. This is not something new which we are doing. It is same old process which we have followed. Now let's save the value of this request fixture. So for that, previously also we saw that to access this request of the class, we need to use this keyword. So this dot request equals to this request fixture which we are going to receive once we create object of this common API utils class. And previously, if you have seen into our page classes, we have used this read only to declare the variables because we wanted to use these variables outside this particular class also, right? Into our TypeScript files, we have used these variables wherever we need to perform any assertions onto the specific locator. But this time I am keeping this request as private because we would not be using this request variable outside this particular class. We are only going to use the methods which will perform some operations, right? Or some common task. Now we have our request fixture, right? Inside this variable. Now let's create the method to perform post call to receive the basic authentication token. And for that, I will use this public async and then the method name. Here I will give method name as create token and then parenthesis and curly braces. And here let's perform the post call. For that we need to provide this await and then the request fixture. So request fixture is this one which we have saved inside this request variable. So to access the request variable of our common API utils class, we will use this keyword. So this dot request dot, and here we can perform any API call which we want to perform. But for this particular method, we require to perform post call. If you want to perform any other call for your utilities, that you can put here. Now we need to provide the endpoint, which is the base URL with the resource. And here we saw this is the base URL, which is same for whole project. And then we have this path, which is auth. So base URL we have already provided into playwright.config.ts file here. So base URL colon and then this value is coming from .env file on the basis of environment which we select. See, this is our same base URL. Now we need to provide the resource which is auth, and that can be provided directly here like this. But as previously into our TypeScript file also we saw that we are going to take each and every path for our API testing from the JSON file. See, here also we are taking it from the JSON file. So let's go to our data folder. Inside it we have created this JSON file inside this API-data folder, and the file name is api-path-data.json. Now here we will provide the second path. Put comma here, hit enter. Here let's provide key as auth path. Auth underscore path I am providing. Then colon, double quotes, and here our path is auth, right? In future this auth value or this auth path's value can change. Let's say it can be authorization or authentication. So in that case you will have to just replace the value and you will not have to make any change inside any other file. Now let's go to this common API utils, and here we need to use the data from the JSON file. And to receive the data from the JSON file, what we saw, we need to import this API path data from and then path of the API-path-data.json file. So // and now we are on to main project folder. Here IDE is automatically giving suggestions. Now click onto this data / this API-data, then again / and then file name, which is API-path-data.json. Now let's use this API path data. Let me correct spelling here. Although you can give any name, but it should be meaningful and correct one, right? And here let's use this API path data dot this auth underscore path. So here this post will have the complete endpoint. Then we need to provide the second argument, which would be a JavaScript object. So comma and then opening and closing curly braces. And here we need to provide post request body. And for that, we need to provide this data as the key, colon, and then request body. So what is our request body? This is the one, right? Which is having username and password. So key and value pair for username and password. And here the site has already provided username and password into the document. But in your case, you would be getting this particular data with your API contract document or with the developers. Now let me copy this complete body, and here after data colon provide the request body. Now here, if you remember, previously also I have told that we should not keep our sensitive data like username and password like this into our files. We should keep them as the encrypted data, and then we will get those data by decrypting it. And the second thing we discussed, that as we are handling multiple environments, so we would be keeping our environment related data into .env files, right? So both the things we will do now. First, let's encrypt this particular data. So to encrypt the data, either we can use this encrypt method into our test script file, which will give us the encrypted username and password, or we can use that extension which we previously discussed, which is encryption VS Code. So it's totally up to you that with which way you want to generate the encrypted data. You can use any of the way to generate the encrypted data. I find this particular way the easy way, where we just need to provide the data and then the secret key which we want to use to encrypt the data. So now let's use this particular extension, and for that previously also we have seen we will require one blank file. So right click here, new file. I will give name as temp, hit enter, and here first we need to type our data which we want to encrypt. So admin is our data, and here we need to press Ctrl Shift P, and then we need to look for this encrypt option. If it is not visible for you, try typing it. See, once I'm typing it, it is coming onto the top. And now select it, and here it will ask for passphrase, or you can also call it secret key or salt, right? Whatever name you want to use. Here we need to pass our secret key, and previously also I've kept the same secret key to encrypt our data. So that same secret key I would be using here, which is wish infinite. In your case, you would be having your secret key, right? And that is sensitive one, so don't reveal it. Here I'm just revealing it as I'm using these common username and passwords. Hit enter, and see we have our encrypted username. Copy it from here, and then let's keep it into our environment files. As I told that we would be keeping our environment related data, it can be URL, username, password into .env files. Here let's give the key as API underscore user underscore name, then equals to, and then within double quotes we are keeping our encrypted username. Now hit enter, and here we would be keeping our encrypted password. So let's copy our original password which is not encrypted. Here we will encrypt it, remove this old string, paste your data which is our API password, and here again press Ctrl Shift P, search for the encrypt, and then provide the secret key which is wish infinite. In your case, you will be providing your secret key. Hit enter, and now we have our encrypted API password. Copy it, and then again put it inside .env file. So here let's give the key name as API underscore password. space equals to, and then within the quotes our encrypted password. And now let's put the same key value pair inside our .env.dev file. So here the key name should be the same, but here this value can be different, right? If you will be having different username and different password for the dev environment, so in that case you would be encrypting that different username and password and would be keeping it here. For now I will just change some digit to put the dummy data, right? Here I am changing last 3 digit to 123, right? Any dummy data I am putting, as we are not using this .env.dev, but just for your understanding that how you would be handling multiple environments in case of API, I am showing this thing to you. Now our data is ready. Let's provide this username and password for the API into our API call to generate the authentication token, right? So here let's first decrypt the encrypted username and then the password. So here only I will decrypt the data and then will use that particular data. So to decrypt the data, what we need to do? We need to call the decrypt method. Let me close all these tabs so that we have some clear IDE. Let me open this class again, and here as we need to call the decrypt method which is inside this class, right? Common utils. So we will create object of this common utils class. Here we would not be able to use fixture, right? This is not the test block like we have done inside this global.setup.ts file. We have directly used this common utils fixture and then called this decrypt data method. But here, as we cannot directly use this common utils class fixture like this, we will be creating object of this common utils class. And to create object of the specific class, what we need to do? We need to give this new and then the class name, which is common utils, right? This one, and then parenthesis. And here let's save this object into one variable. So const common utils equals to new common utils, right? So now this is the object of this common utils class. You can keep the name like this with the suffix common utils obj, right? Just to keep things more understandable, right? Any name you can give here. Now with this particular object, we can call the decrypt data method, this one. And here we need to pass the argument with the data which we want to decrypt. So the argument would be encrypted data. Let's decrypt API username first. So here I will first create one variable const and then API username equals to this object which is common utils obj dot. See here automatically these two suggestions are appearing because inside this common utils class only these two methods are there. If in your project you create some more utility methods, those methods would be appearing here. So decrypt data we are going to use, and here we need to pass the encrypted username. And to get the encrypted username, we will have to use this process.env dot the key name. The key name would be API underscore user underscore name. So let's provide process.env dot key name, which is API underscore user underscore name. And here see we are getting error that argument of type string and undefined is not assignable to the parameter of type string. So for that, here previously in the part 1 we have seen we can provide this exclamation sign which will ensure that we are going to pass a string inside this particular method. Now let's decrypt the encrypted API password. Again create one variable const API password equals to then common utils object dot decrypt data, and then within the parenthesis provide encrypted password. For that again we will use this process dot env dot API underscore password. This key name, right? API underscore password. You can copy and paste it just to avoid any typo error, right? And at the end, provide exclamation mark. The same thing we have done while learning about UI testing, right? In the part 1. See, here we have called this decrypt data and passed encrypted username and password. Into our test script file also, we have done it at multiple places like this. So nothing new, the same old thing that we are using. Only thing is changed that here on place of using fixture, we are using this common utils classes object. Now let's use this decrypted API username here inside the data for the username key, and then API password inside the data for the password key. Now we are ready with this post call. Here let's save the response into one variable. So const and then create token RESP is the variable name which I am providing. So inside this we will get the response of the post call. And now let's convert this particular response into JSON format. So after this post call, provide await, then the response which we are receiving dot JSON is the method name. We are putting await as this JSON is going to return us the promise, right? It's better to mouse over onto such methods so that you will get to know that when exactly we need to put await, right? Because if you will miss this await keyword, you will definitely going to get the failure. Now let's save this JSON response into one variable. So for that, const and then the variable name which I will give as create token JSON RESP. You can give any name. I usually add this JSON whenever I am converting data into JSON format. Now let's return the generated basic authentication token from this particular method. So here we saw that we are going to get this response, right? So this is our JSON response, and from here we can fetch this token, right? Here they have given dummy token, but we would be getting some different value every time whenever we perform this post call. So now let's return that token value directly from this particular method. So here let's use this return keyword and then the JSON response, which is create token JSON response dot token is the key which we want, which we are going to receive inside the JSON response. So this is JSON response dot token we are doing to get only this particular value. So every time we will not have to do this dot token again and again whenever we call this method. Here only we are fetching it. Now our this method is ready. And like this, in your case, for your project, if you are having such reusable methods in your mind, then you can create those methods here inside this particular file, which is common API utils.ts. The file name, folder name that you can choose as per your project, as per your requirement. And if you want, you can create multiple utils files, but I think these two files should be sufficient. But that's totally up to you as per your requirement. Now let's use this method. And to use this method, what we can do? We can create object of this class and then call this method. But here, as previously also, we have seen that we would be using fixture in such cases rather than creating object of such common classes into our test script files. We will be first creating the fixture and then we would be just using that fixture every time into our test script files, right? Because every time we will have to generate the token into our test script files whenever we want to authenticate our API. So rather than creating object of the class, let's follow this fixture way. And for this, we need not to create new fixture file. We can use this common-fixture.ts file where we created fixture for this common utils class, right? For this class, we created the fixture. Now we are creating fixture for this common API utils class. Let's open this common-fixture.ts file, and here let's modify this type. So put comma, hit enter, and here we will give fixture name as common API utils. Then colon, and after that the class name, which is common API utils. So now our type is ready that we have already provided here. We just need to add one more fixture. So after this fixture, let's put comma, hit enter, and here inside this extend, inside this particular object, we are going to provide second key value pair. So the key would be our fixture name, which is common API utils, this one, colon, and then here we are going to give anonymous function. So async, parenthesis, here blank curly braces we can put as the first parameter, then comma, and here we need to provide use, and after that equals to, greater than, which is arrow symbol, and then curly braces. Now here we can provide use, and inside use we are going to provide object of this common API utils class. For that, provide new and constructor of the common API utils class to create object of the same class. So common API utils and parenthesis. And here for this common utils, there was no parameter was required, right? Here constructor was non-parameterized. But here for this common API utils, we created constructor which is parameterized constructor, which require this API request context, which is our request fixture. And to provide request fixture, let's go to our common-fixture file, and here inside this anonymous functions argument we have these curly braces where we can provide any of the fixture. So now we want request fixture, so here just give request. Now we have access of this request fixture, so the same request fixture we can pass with this common API utils constructor. So now error is gone, right? Because this particular constructor was parameterized constructor. So we had to provide the required argument here. Now our fixture is ready. And this particular fixture is returning us the object of this common API utils class, right? About the fixture we have learned in the separate video also of this playlist, and in the part 1 also we have created fixtures so many times, right? We have created this form-fixture. See, there also each constructor was the parameterized constructor which required this page fixture, so we provided page here. But in case of API testing, there is no page required, right? But request fixture is required for our API calls, so we provided that request fixture from here. Now let's use this fixture to call this particular method create token, which will give us the token for basic authentication. Now let's go back to our API TypeScript file, which is this one, where we are keeping our API test scripts. And it is not mandatory that you would be keeping all of your API tests into one test script file. There can be multiple files, right? But just to understand it in the simpler way, I am just creating one file only. Now here into our test, what we need to do? We need to provide basic authentication. So previously we have used that API key by using authorization and its value. But now let's go back to our update booking, right? And here see, we need to provide header with the cookie and then token equals to our token value to provide the basic authentication. And this token will get generated by the method which we just created. Now to do so, let's first add one header here. So in the second argument of put method, we have this JavaScript object where we will provide headers as the key, colon, and then its value will be a JavaScript object again. And after that, don't forget to put comma here, which will remove all the errors. Now here we need to provide header values. So content type accept that we have already provided with playwright.config.ts file, right? This one. This API key authentication we have done to learn about the first way. For now, I will comment it out as we are now understanding API authentication with the help of basic authentication process by providing cookie as the key and token equals to token value here, right? So in basic authentication way, we first generate the token by providing the specific API call. In this case, it was the post call, and then by this particular token, we do the API authentication. So here inside this headers key object, we need to provide cookie as the key, colon, and its value would be token equals to, and then newly generated token. So let me put backticks here, and here we need to provide token equals to, and here we will be providing the generated token from this create token method. So now it's time to call this create token method, for which we have written all this code, right? And we created the fixture of this particular class. So now here into our TypeScript files, to call that create token method, first we will use this fixture which is common API utils. So here into TypeScript file, after this request fixture, put comma and then common API utils, right? You can copy paste it, or we can simply type it, so we will get the suggestion by IDE. So here using common API utils, and now let's call create token method at the top of this particular test. So to call this method, we will use this await keyword, then common API utils is our fixture, dot this create token is the method. This is the only method for now here, so it is showing only one option. Click here and then parenthesis. And now let's save this token value inside one variable. So const token equals to, and then this method calling. We have used await here because this create token is returning the promise. Why? Because we have created this method with this async keyword, and we have used async here because we were going to use await keyword here inside this particular method, right? Because whatever the methods which we have used inside this create token method will return the promise. So it is mandatory to use await here. Now, as we are going to get this token directly, right, from the JSON response, we are fetching token. So we have the token which we wanted to put here, right? After token equals to, see, token equals to that token which we just generated. And here to avoid any confusion, we can put this value suffix here, right? Otherwise you will get confused, this token and then same token. So that's why I've changed the name. It is not mandatory to change it, right? You can keep it token also. So to provide this variable name here, as we are using backticks, we need to give dollar and then opening and closing of curly braces and then this token value. Now we have completed all the steps to do the API authentication by using this second way to perform basic authentication. And here, as you have seen, that I have commented this first way of using the API key like this. So now it will do the API authentication by using this way only, right? You can choose any of the way, right? Both the way will work. Usually into actual projects, you would be having option to use the basic authentication, where you will send a request of post call with your username, password, or any other things also may be required, right? And then you will get your token, and like this you can perform your API authentication. Now let's execute this script. So other things are already done, right? Which we have written for the first way. We are performing this put call with the booking as the resource, with the booking ID, and then here we are providing data, that what data we want to update from the JSON file. We are taking this data, right, where we have created this update underscore booking, which is having this first name, last name, and all these details which are required. And then once we will perform this call, we will get the response, which we are converting into the JSON format. We are console logging it to see it into the terminal, and then we are giving the assertion to verify the status code as 200, and we are validating that the response object which we are receiving is same as the request body which we have passed. For that, we are using this toMatch object method, where this JSON response which we got as the put response should match with the object of the request data, which is this one, right? So we should get this same response. Now let's execute the script. Let me press Ctrl C to terminate this report hosting, and then again provide npm run test underscore demo underscore API, and now hit enter. And we have got failure. Let's quickly analyze it. See, this particular test got failed with this ID 11. One fail was already there, that we were failing purposefully, but this is also getting failed. And here we can look into the terminal, or for better visibility, we can go to our HTML report also. Let's open this ID 11 test, where we are updating the existing booking by using this put API call. And here, see, we have this error, and it is showing this error that please provide secret key while starting execution. So you got the issue, right? Why it is getting failed? We forget to provide the secret key. And why secret key was required? Because we were using decrypt data into our test script, where we are using, see here, we are calling this create token method, and if you will go to this create token, here you can control click. See here, we are using decrypt data method, and this decrypt data require secret key, this one, and this secret key is going to come from the environment value. See, from this process.env.secret_key, and if this value is not defined, we are going to get this particular error, the same error, see, we have got for this particular test, right? So like this, you can debug your test also. Now, as we know that why our test got failed, it was because of our mistake. We forget to provide the secret key, and that's why we have kept such custom error, right? So that easily we will get to know the actual error. So let's terminate this report hosting, and then let's provide this secret key equals to, and our secret key is wish infinite. For you, whatever the secret key which you have provided while encrypting the data, that same secret key we need to provide here, right? Because with the same secret key, the decryption of data is going to happen. Now we need to give npm run and then test underscore demo underscore API. And now once I hit enter, what will happen? The execution of all the tests inside this particular file would be happening. And once it comes to this test where we are updating the existing booking, it will first create the token, right? this one, and to create the token, it will go to this particular class inside this method where it will decrypt the encrypted data that we have kept into our .env files. And once it decrypt data, it will perform the post call, and then it will give us the token from the JSON response. And after that, it will come back here where it will perform the put call with the resource and then the booking ID. And after comma, we are putting the header where we are providing cookie colon and then this basic authentication token which got generated right here. So token equals to and then token value. And here we are providing the data which we want to update. And once we perform this put call, it will give us the response. We are converting it into the JSON format and then providing required assertion to check the status code S200 and to check the response data is similar to the request data which we passed. And now hit enter here to start the execution. And see, execution got completed and our this test with the ID 11 got successfully passed. Here we can open it, and if we want, we can see the console log. See, this same response we are getting, which we have sent as the request data. And like this, we are able to do the API authentication by using the second way, which is basic authentication, where we will generate the basic authentication token and then we will use that token with our TypeScript files to perform authorization, right? And here we are doing this particular basic authentication at test level, right? For each new test which require API authentication, we will create the token and then we will provide that token like this. I am doing it at each test level because these tokens will get changed very frequently. But in your project, if it is not changing that frequently, then in that case, you can create one before all hook, and inside that before all hook, you can call this method which will generate the token one time, and then you can use that token as the header for each API call, right? Inside the before all also, we have seen that how we can provide the headers, or if you want for each test you want to provide the token, that also you can do like this. Inside the before all hook, how to provide the headers, that I have already discussed into my video related to the API testing, right? So all those videos you can watch and you should watch before going through this particular video, right? So that things would be more clear and it would be easy for you to grasp the concept. Now we have created our automation test script for this test. Let me open VS Code. Let's close all these reports first. And here this manual test case is automated. Now let's go back to our work items. And now we will automate this fifth test, which is having ID as 12. And now this test is related to the patch API call, where we would be updating partial data for the existing booking. And here we have following steps. So first, we need to create token using auth API. Then we need to set endpoint to the BaseURL with booking as the resource and the ID which we want to update. And here we will perform a patch call with these headers. Right here also, for this particular patch call, we will have to do the API authentication. And we will follow the same process of basic authentication, where first we would be generating the token by performing the post call onto auth resource by passing username and password, and then we would be receiving the token. and that token we would be passing as the header. So the same thing we have done with the put call for authentication. And with this header, we would also be passing body which we want to update. So here we will only be updating first name and last name. Any partial data you can update as per your requirement. And once we send the patch call to update the booking, we will receive the response. There we will validate the status code. Also, we will verify the received responses first name and last name. So the first name and last name should match with the first name and last name which we sent as the request body. Here we can also have a look at RestFul-booker site. So this is partial update booking. This functionality we are going to verify, where we need to send the base URL with this booking resource and ID. For an example, ID 1. And then we would be sending header with the cookie and this token which will get generated once we will perform this auth post call. And then after providing this header, we would be passing the partial data which we want to update. And in response, we are going to receive 200 as the status code with the updated details. So here we are going to receive complete response body, out of which we will be validating that the correct first name and last name is appearing, which we just sent with the request body. Now let's go to VS Code. Here after this test, let's create one new test. So here test, and then we need to provide first argument as title of the test, where we will first add ID of our test case. So ID 12 space hyphen and then title of the test case. So this is our title. Here you can provide any title, right? But to follow the process, I am providing the same title as manual test case. Now the second argument would be JavaScript object, where we will provide tags and annotations. So this is that particular object. Let me copy it and then paste it on place of second argument. And here we are going to keep the same tag @API and @UAT. And in the annotations also, we are going to keep same type as test case link. And here into the description, we can update the current tests link. Let's replace it for the current test case, where we have test case ID as 12. Here I have missed one curly braces for this annotation object. And now we have provided title as well as tags and annotation for this particular test. Now let's provide third argument, which is anonymous function. So async and then parenthesis, arrow symbol and curly braces. And here within this parenthesis of anonymous function, we are going to provide request fixture, which will be required to perform API calls. And one more fixture here we will require that we have used into previous test also, which is common API utils fixture. And this fixture will return us object of this common API utils class. And with the help of that object, we will execute this create token method. See, inside this common API utils class, we have this create token. So let's use this particular fixture. After request fixture, put comma and then common API utils. Now let's call this create token method, which will generate the token. So first let's create one variable const API token equals to and then await, then common API utils fixture, which will return us the object of this common API utils class. then dot, and then create token method. And this create token is going to return us the token which we have saved inside this variable. Any variable name you can give, right? You can also repeat this token value. Here I have changed the name to API token, right? But it's totally up to you to give the valid name. Now let's perform the patch call, where we would also be using this particular token which just got generated. So here provide await and then request fixture dot patch is the method which we need to use, and here we need to pass the first argument, and the first argument is going to be the endpoint, where we need not to provide the base URL as that we have provided with the config file. So here we will directly require the resource which will be that booking path and then the ID which we want to update. So this path which is booking we would be taking from the JSON file. See, inside this JSON file we have this key which is booking underscore path. The same thing we have done into this put call. See, here we have provided the booking path as well as the booking ID. So now let's use backticks, dollar, and then curly braces. And here we will first fetch data from this API path data. So API path data dot this booking path we need to use. Let's provide booking underscore path. After that forward slash, and then we will require booking ID which we want to update, and that also we are going to take from this API data related JSON file, where we will fetch this booking ID to keys value, which is 2 here, but it can be any ID which you want to update or on which you want to perform the patch call. So here provide dollar curly braces and then data from this JSON, which is RESTful API data dot and then booking ID 2. So now we have provided our complete endpoint, which will consist of base URL, then resource, and then the resource ID. Now let's provide the second argument here, which will have header as well as the request body. So provide comma here and then JavaScript object. So opening and closing of curly braces. And here let's first provide this headers key colon, and then its value would be again a JavaScript object, where we need to provide cookies and then token equals to this token value. Here let's provide cookies colon, right? This cookies we are providing as per document only. See, here we need to provide cookies and then token equals to token number. So after cookies colon, let's use backticks, where we need to concatenate string with this variable's value. So here put string token equals to and then dollar and curly braces, where we need to provide this API token which got generated from this create token method, which is performing the post call onto auth resource to generate the token. Now to pass the data with this second argument, let's provide comma after headers value. Then we need to use this data as the key colon, and its value is going to be data which we want to partially update. So let's first create data into our JSON file, which is RestFul-booker API module data.json. Now let's provide the data which we want to pass with the patch request body. So let's provide comma here, and then within the double quotes let's provide the key name, which is update underscore partial underscore booking, then colon, and its value is going to be the JavaScript object, where we will just provide first name and last name. Let me copy it from here and paste it. Let's remove this last comma, as after that there are no key value pair. And now let's give first name as Wish and last name as Infinite. So this is our test data, right? And now let's use this update partial booking to fetch this JavaScript object which is having first name and last name. So after data, let's use this RESTful API data dot update partial booking key, which will give us this first name and last name. And now let's save response of this patch call into one variable. Here let's provide const partial update booking response is the name which I will provide, and then equals to. Now let's convert this response into JSON file, because we will have to fetch first name and last name to perform validation there. So here let's provide await this response which we just received into this variable dot JSON is the method name, and then parenthesis. Let's save this response into one variable, for that const and then partial update booking JSON response equals to. So inside this variable now we have JSON response of this patch call. Now let's provide assertions, and for that we need to use this expect that is already imported for each test. And here first thing which we need to validate is the status code. For that let's use this partial update booking RESP. Inside this expect dot status is the method name which we need to use. After this expect, we are going to use this to_be method, and inside this method we are going to pass the expected result, which is the status text 200. This details we got from the document, right? Here the expected status is 200. Now let's provide one more assertion to validate the first name. For that let's put expect parenthesis. Here we are going to use this partial update booking JSON response, where we are getting patch calls JSON response, then dot, and here we need to validate the first name. So after dot just put first name. Now after this expect we need to use the method which is toMatch, and inside it we need to pass the expected value, which is going to be the same first name which we have passed from here. And to access this particular first name, we are going to again use this RESTful API data dot this update partial booking, and inside this update partial booking we have one key value pair for the first name. See, automatically IDE is showing us the value which we can use, and here we wanted to use the first name. And similarly we can perform one more assertion to validate the last name. For that again let's put expect and then partial update booking JSON response dot last name, and after expect put toMatch. Here we need not to use that toMatch object, right? That is for comparing the complete JavaScript object, but here we are just validating one keys value. So after this toMatch, again we will use this RESTful API data. What it is? It is this RestFul-booker API module data JSON response, right? And then dot update partial booking dot last name. Now we have provided these three assertions. So here what we are doing, we are generating a token for which we have already created the method, class and fixture. With the help of fixture, we are getting object of this common API utils class, where we are able to generate this API token, and then we performed the patch call where we have provided resource with the ID, and then header where we have provided cookie with the API token which got generated, and then the data which we want to pass as the request body that we have kept inside this JSON file. And after that, we have just kept the response into one variable, and then we validated the status code. After that, we validated first name and last name. Now again, let's quickly run this particular test, and here we need to provide the command to execute all the tests of this particular API module spec.ts file. Here let's provide the command, but before that, first we will have to provide the secret key. So secret underscore key equals to, here I will provide my secret key which is wishinfinite I've kept, and then npm run and test underscore demo underscore API. This test underscore demo underscore API is from this package.json file. And now let's hit enter. See, all 5 tests are getting executed. Here we have got 2 failures. This one is the known failure which we are failing purposefully, but we have this new failure which is because of this new test for the patch call which we created. Here let's see the error. Here we are getting this forbidden response, and this can be the issue when authentication is not proper. Let me just recheck the details which we provided with this patch call. So first we have created the token using this reusable method, right? And then we are providing this token here inside the header where we have passed cookies as the key, and then token equals to the specific token. Let me just revalidate this same header data into document. So here we need to pass cookie as the key, and then token equals to token underscore value. So see, we got the issue, right? We need to pass this cookie as the key, but by mistake we have passed cookies here. The spelling should be exactly the same. Either you can copy paste or just enter the same details here for the API calls. And then other things are same, right? After that, we are just passing the data and providing assertions. So the issue we have already corrected. Let's re-execute the script. So press Ctrl C to terminate this report hosting. And now let's again give this command which is secret underscore key, then our key, and npm run test underscore demo underscore API. Hit enter. And this time we should be able to see only one failure. See, only one failure is there, that we have failed purposefully. And this is our latest patch call test which got passed. Here, if you will open, we have all the steps and the assertion which we performed. And here for the API calls, there would not be any videos and screenshots. Why? Because we are not using page fixture and there are nothing to capture onto the screen. But in case of failure, as we have seen, we will be getting trace viewer that we can use to analyze. And now we are done with this patch call test. Let's go to the next test. Here, let me go back to the work items, and then we have this last test. Let me open it. Here, this particular test case is related to the delete API call, where we need to validate that user is able to delete existing booking using delete API call. And here are the steps. So first we need to generate the token. The same thing we have done for the put and patch call. Then we need to set the endpoint to the base URL, then booking as the resource, and after that ID which we want to delete. Here in the third step, we need to provide the header with this cookie colon token equals to the token which we generated here. After that, we need to send the delete API call to delete the booking, and we will receive the response with the status code as 201 and response status text as created. After that, there are these two additional steps where we would be performing get call for the same booking ID which we just deleted, and if we will perform get call for the booking ID which got deleted, then we should be able to see the status code as 404, which is for not found. So the status text also we need to validate that it should be not found. And here onto RestFul-booker, we can see the more details. See, we need to perform delete call with the booking as the resource and the booking ID which we want to delete. Here we need to pass this key and value pair, which is cookie and then token equals to the specific token, to do the basic authentication. And once we send the request, we should be able to receive this 201 as the status code and this created as the text response. Now let's create the test quickly. Here again, test parenthesis within the quotes, let's provide title id hyphen 13 hyphen, I will provide title here which is same as the title of the specific manual test case. After this, put comma, and then we need to provide text and annotation as the second argument. Let me copy this thing from here only till here. If you are copy pasting, copy these curly braces very carefully, otherwise you will get the error. Or it's better to type it just to save the time. I am just copy pasting. And here the tag is going to be the same API and UAT, and under annotation type is same. We just need to change this description, which is the link of our delete test case. For that, we have test case ID as 13. See this one. Now we need to provide third argument, which is anonymous function. For that, put comma, async, parenthesis, arrow symbol and curly braces. Here again we are going to use two fixtures. First one is request, comma, and then common API utils, which is this one. And here again, first we need to generate the token. For that, let's create one variable, const API token, any name you can give, equals to this common API utils dot create token method we need to use. Right? The same thing we have done for the previous two tests. After that, let's perform this delete call. For that, await request dot delete is the API call. For that, delete method we need to use parenthesis, and here we need to provide same thing, booking as the resource and then booking ID. Let's use these backticks, and here we need to provide path. For that, we can use this same API path data dot booking path. So after providing dollar curly braces, provide API path data dot booking underscore path, which will give us booking here. Then forward slash, and here we need to provide the ID which we want to delete. Let's provide new ID rather than providing same ID everywhere. Let's go here and let me create one more key value pair for booking ID 3 colon, and here let's delete fourth one. After key value pair, provide this comma. And now into our test, again let's provide dollar after this forward slash, then curly braces, and this booking ID we are going to fetch by using this RESTful API data, which is for this particular JSON file. Now let's provide this RESTful API data dot booking ID 3, which is having value as 4. Right? These are just variable, and here we can provide any value. Now let's provide the second argument, which is going to be JavaScript object. where we need to provide headers, right? Again, you can revalidate it into the document that what exactly we need to provide. Here we need not to provide any body, but header is required to provide this cookie and its value. So to provide header, we need to use this headers as the key, colon, and then curly braces, where key would be this cookie. Don't make any spelling mistake, colon, and then its value is going to be token equals to and this API token value. Let me put it in backticks. You can use double quotes or single quotes also, but just to maintain consistency, I'm using backticks here. Now, dollar curly braces and this API token. And here no body is required, so no need to provide that data as the key and its value. Here, let's save the response into one variable, const, and then delete booking RESP. And after it equals to this API call. Now let's provide the assertions. So assertions are related to validation of status code and status text. Let's provide it. Here let's use this expect, then this delete booking response. Here we are not converting this into JSON format because we are just going to receive this created text into the response, right? We are not going to receive any JSON response. And onto this delete booking RESP, we are going to provide this status method. And after expect, use this .to_be, and we are going to receive 2.1 as the status code. And the second assertion is for validating the status text. So provide expect, then this delete booking RESP dot status text, which will provide us the created. So let's use this status text method, then dot to be, and within the parenthesis provide the text which is created. Now we have provided these two assertions. After that, as per the test case, we need to perform get call for the same booking ID which we deleted. So let's perform get call. For that, await request fixture dot get is the call, and here we need to provide same resource with the booking ID. Let me copy this same first argument. See here, it will get the booking path, and this is the booking ID which we deleted, which has number 4 as the ID. Here, let's save the response into one variable, const, and then get booking RESP, which is variable name, equals to, and then we need to validate these two things, where we should receive get calls response with the status code as 404 and status text as not found. Let's quickly provide these two assertions. Expect, then get booking response, which is this response which we are getting for this get call, dot status is the method, parenthesis, after expect to be, and then the status code should be 404. Again, one more assertion, expect, then get booking RESP dot status text we need to validate, parenthesis, after expect dot to be, and here the text should be not found. See, if we want, we can keep these status text like OK, created, not found into our data file, and from there we can fetch like we are fetching these booking IDs. So it's totally up to you. If you want to do it, then as an assignment, try to provide these status text also into JSON file. Although these are predefined texts, so that's why I'm not putting it as the data. but it's totally okay to keep that into JSON file also. Now our test is ready. And this time I will execute this test through the UI mode. Although running the API test into the UI mode are not going to show any visual, but it's okay to execute it into UI mode also. Let me quickly do that. If you want, you can directly run it with this test_demo_API command. Let me press Ctrl C here, and let's first provide secret_key equals to wishinfinite, then npm run, and to open UI mode, let's use this test_demo_UI. Hit enter. Now our UI mode got opened. Here let me click onto this full screen, and from this project section, if we just want to execute API calls, we can remove this Chromium and setup, because if this will be selected, here we would be able to see the UI tests also, and once we will do the execution, it will try to run this setup test that we don't want while development, right? So let's remove this setup and Chromium, and here we have this RestFul-booker-API-module.spec.ts test script file, which is only appearing as we are having only one test script file. If you would be having multiple test script files, you will be able to see all of them here. Now the folder is not appearing directly because we have only selected that API test. Then these are all the tests which are there inside this test script file, and we just need to execute this latest test with the ID equals to 13, which we just created. Now let's click onto this run, and let's see if everything is okay or not. We have got one failure, which is this 403. Something is wrong with the test. Let me go back to the test and see here at line number 111. I'm giving just 5 seconds pause so you can guess what is the error here. So here we have forget to put await keyword, right? That's what I every time tell you, right? It is very common mistake to miss the await keyword itself wherever the method is going to return the promise. See, here it is going to return the promise. Previously we have provided await whenever we called this particular method. See, but this time we forgot. Let's provide await, right? These mistakes are very common. If you are stuck at some place, just first verify that await is provided for the required code or not. No need to worry about it, right? These are very small and common mistakes. Now let's go back to our UI mode, and here let's click onto run here. And see, we have got the passed result. And as I told, we would not be able to see anything onto the browser as we are not using page fixture itself and not performing any browser actions. But while development, if we just want to quickly execute different tests where we are making modification, so in that case, for the API tests also, we can use the UI mode. So it's totally up to you. For the API testing, browser was not required. So till then, I was not using much the UI mode. But just to show you that UI mode can also be used to run the API tests. That's why I'm showing this particular way to you also. Here, see, into the network calls, if you will validate, this is auth call which we performed, right? And then this is the delete call, where we have got 201 as the status code and created as the text. And then this is the get call where we are getting error, which is 404, right? 404 is the status code. and we received status text as not found. So this network tab you can validate for the API test cases in case of any failure, right? And here, if you want to execute all the API tests, that also you can do. And into the UI mode, if you want to execute UI tests with the setup tests, in that case, you can leave these items checked. And here also, we can execute all the tests together, which are UI tests and the API tests. So these permutations and combinations, you can try it at your end. If you face any issue, you can let me know into the comment section below. And previously also, as I told, that if we will execute our UI tests, then we would be getting error for our UI test execution. And this error we would be getting because of this extra HTTP headers and its headers value which we are providing inside this use, which would be applicable for all the tests. It can be UI tests and the API tests. And I would not recommend you providing extra HTTP headers and these headers value like this inside this use at the global label. For now, if your UI tests are getting failed inside this UI mode also, so then no need to worry about it. As I told that we would be moving this base URL and extra HTTP headers from here to the different place where it would be more specific for the API test only. And that place would be our project configuration for the API tests here that we will see after some time. So for now, no need to worry about if your UI tests are getting failed. Now let me close this UI mode. And till now we were using this command to execute our API tests only, where we were using this ---- project equals to API test, which is configured here inside playwright.config.ts file. See here, our test directory is this API tests folder inside the tests folder, which is this one. But what if we want to execute our all the tests together, which means our UI tests as well as our API tests? And to execute all the tests, we have this command, right, which is npx playwright test. And here we have configured it to run on demo environment, dev environment. But now here there will be one issue, and we will have to modify our playwright.config.ts file. What is that issue? Let me tell you. So see, once we use this npx playwright test, it execute our all the tests which are there inside this main test directory, and it will execute all the tests of this particular test directory into all the projects which are configured inside this array of projects value. So here we have this Chromium, Firefox, WebKit, and all these browser projects have dependency of this setup project. But now, as we have made change to execute our API tests also, and for that we have added one more test, where our test directory is this API tests under tests folder. So now if we will use, let's say, this command npx playwright test, what it will do, it will check this test directory, and then it will find all these tests inside this particular tests folder, which are API tests as well as UI tests. and it will start executing all the tests on all these projects which are configured here. And once it will see this project again and it will see this test directory again, it will again re-execute API tests because of this particular project which we have configured. So it would be redundancy, right? It is executing all the tests inside this tests folder. Apart from that, it is considering this particular project again and will again execute all the tests which are there inside this API tests folder. And to avoid this particular issue, what we can do, we can go to our main test dir, which is test directory. Inside this, define configs argument object, right? This is the key. And here, rather than keeping this test dir for all the tests inside this tests folder, we can change it to /tests/ this UI-tests. So put UI-tests here. Now our issue will get resolved. Now what will happen once we try to give this npx playwright test to execute all the tests? So what it will do, it will check this particular test directory. Here it will find all the UI tests. So it will execute all the test script files inside this UI tests folder on all the projects which are here. So it will execute all these tests onto Chromium, Firefox and WebKit browser. And as these are having dependencies for the setup project, it will first execute the setup project which we were using to log in into application first time and to save the authentication state. And after executing UI tests onto these browsers, once Playwright will come to this particular project, it will find this test directory which is for the API tests. And now it will execute all the tests which are there inside this API-tests folder, which is this particular directory. So now that redundancy would not be there. There can be multiple ways to handle this thing. I have told you one of the way so that our execution would be proper and there would be no redundancy. If you implement any other way, that is also okay. Let me know into the comments section below if you find something more easy which we can implement. And now, apart from this npx playwright test, if we will execute these commands, right, which are specific to the specified browser. So in that case, here let's take example of this one, which is having this npx playwright test -- project equals to Chromium. So this time it will execute all of our tests which are there inside this UI tests folder onto Chromium browser into headed mode. Same, this is for the Firefox. So it will execute all the UI tests onto the headed mode. And like this, we have created so many other commands which are for the specific projects. And as we have changed our main test directory, so it will just execute UI tests only. But now, what if we want to execute our UI tests onto the specified browser and also the API test? Because here, if we will use this particular command, so it will start execution for all the browsers. But for an example, we want to just execute our UI tests onto Chromium browser only and also our API tests. So in that case, we can again create one command by giving one more key value pair. So put comma here and then hit enter. And here let's create command to execute our UI tests onto Chromium browser into headed mode and also it should execute our API tests. For that, let's give the key name here. So the key name I will give as test underscore demo to execute our tests onto demo environment. And as I told, if you are having any other environment ready, you can configure that particular environment into your actual projects. And after that, we want to execute our UI tests. So for that, giving this UI underscore onto the Chromium browser. For that, adding this CR underscore, as we want to execute all the UI tests onto Chromium browser into headed mode. So adding HD here for the headed. And after that, we want to execute all the API tests also. So for that, I have made this key. You can give it any name, but usually I try to prefer giving name like this, so that by looking at it, I should be able to understand that what this particular key is doing. Then put colon, and here let's give the command. For that, we need to first give this cross hyphen env. Why we are giving it, that I have already told you, right? So I'm not going again into this detail. Then we need to give this env underscore name equals to the environment on which we want to do the execution. So we want to do the execution onto demo environment. So giving demo here, then npx playwright test. This is our basic command to execute our playwright tests. After that, we are mentioning hyphen project equals to Chromium, as we want to execute our UI tests onto Chromium browser, right? So it will execute all the UI tests onto Chromium browser because of this particular test dir change which we have done. Then we want to do this execution onto headed mode. So for that, giving hyphen headed here. And as I told, we also want to combine API testing here. And as we have changed this test dir to the UI tests only, so it will not pick tests from this particular API tests folder. And now to execute our API tests, what we can do here into Package.json, after this hyphen headed, we can add one more hyphen project equals to, and then the project for which we have configured our test directory as this one, tests /API tests. So because of this particular project, all the API tests which are there inside this particular directory will get executed. So add API test here. So now if we give this npm run and this particular key, so it will execute all the UI tests onto the Chromium browser into the headed mode, and then all the API tests together, right, with the help of one single command. And like this, there can be multiple permutations and combinations that you can try, right? Here you can use this hyphen grep @UAT to execute the tests related to the specific tag only, right? And so many combinations can be there, right? If you want to execute only onto the Firefox, or if you want to execute last failed test. So there can be multiple permutations and combinations which you can try as per your requirement, right? This can be one common scenario which you will want to do. So that's why I have mentioned it here. But as per your requirement, you can try creating this particular command. And if you stuck at any place, just let me know into the comment section below. You need not to worry about it. I will resolve the issue with you. And now, as we have discussed that how we can execute UI tests with the API tests through these commands also. So now it is the time that we should make the final changes into our playwright.config.ts file. As previously also I told
that if we will execute our UI tests, then we would be getting error because of the extra HTTP headers which we have provided into our playwright.config.ts file. See, here we are providing extra HTTP headers here inside this use which is applicable at global level. Let me quickly show that error, then we will fix that particular error. So for now, I will show that error to you into UI mode only. And for that, let's give the command which is this one, secret_key equals to our secret key, which is Visinfinite, and then npm run test_demo_UI. I will press this up arrow to get that previous command. Now hit enter, which will open the UI mode again. Now here we are able to see all the API tests and the UI tests. Here this structure got changed as we have made change for our test directory here. And now let's execute this test which is global setup for auto login, which is inside this global.setup.ps file, as it is having login functionality, and there only we are going to get the error. So let's click on the run for this particular test script file and see the execution started. And here if you will mouse over onto timeline, you would be able to see this CSRF token validation failed, and this error is coming for our UI tests as we have provided this extra HTTP headers and its value with the different headers here inside this use which is applicable globally. Let me stop this execution, and now let's make necessary changes which will resolve this error. And as I told, I will not recommend providing this extra HTTP headers key and its value with the different headers here inside this use which is applicable globally. So now let me remove it from here, or for now I will comment it out for your further reference. So let me first copy it and then comment it out. Now we have removed this base URL and extra HTTP headers from this particular use. And now let's go to our project's configuration, and here as we have created one configuration for the API tests only, and here let's provide comma, hit enter, and here we need to provide third key value pair, and the key would be use colon and its value is going to be JavaScript object, so opening and closing of curly braces. So previously we were having this use which was globally applicable, but now we are providing use specifically for this particular project which is API test, which we created specifically for the API testing. Now inside this particular JavaScript object we would be providing our base URL and extra HTTP headers. Here let me copy paste those two key value pairs, and here let me press Ctrl Shift F to format it properly. And here inside this JavaScript object which is value of this use, we have provided first key value pair which is base URL, and then the URL value which we are taking from the environment file, and the second key value pair is this extra HTTP headers colon, and then its value is again JavaScript object where we are providing different headers with the key value pair. Like here we have provided accept and its value as application/JSON and content type as the key and its value as application/JSON. Here I have kept this as commented only, as we are not using this API authentication way. But here, if for your project this API authentication is applicable, where we provide key and value pair by providing key and its API key value. Here we have provided key as authorization and its value as basic, and then this key which we got from the RestFul-booker site. So now this is the final change which is required to resolve that error which we were getting while executing our UI tests. Now you can save this particular file, and now we can try to execute same test again. So go to this UI mode and click onto this run button for global.setup.ts file. And this time we should be able to see parsed here. See, now our login got successfully completed and we have got this parsed result here. So now we can execute our UI tests as well as API tests together by making this particular change, where we are providing this extra HTTP headers here inside this API test project, which is specifically for the API tests. Here we have moved this base URL also, as we are providing this base URL specifically for the API tests only. But this was not causing the issue. The issue was getting caused by this extra HTTP headers and its headers value. For now, I have commented this out inside this global use, but if you want to remove these comments, so you can do the same. For now, for your reference, I will leave it commented only. And now, like this, you can do the API integration with our current framework. Let me close all these tabs. And now let's see our framework flow diagram. Now you would be able to better understand this diagram. Here are some minor tweaks or changes I have done for including API testing into our framework. So this is the old diagram which we have already understood in the part 1. I will just explain the changes which I have done to make it compatible for the API testing also. So one change which we have done into our framework is related to this playwright.config.ts file, where we have added this projects for the API test also, right? So these are all other items, right, which we are having with the added project. Apart from this, into our tests folder, we have created 2 separate sections or folders for the UI tests and the API tests, right? So in one folder, we have kept all of our UI tests, right, where it is using this global setup also, and the second folder is for the API tests, where it do not require global setup. These API tests also can have same items like describe block, test steps. These two things we have not used, but it's better to use it consistently. I mainly wanted to focus onto the API test integration, so I have not again covered all these items like describe block, test steps, but it's better to include these items while you are doing API testing also. Then these tags, annotations, assertions we have used, and here I have added this remove auto auth. You will not have to do anything. You are not using page fixture itself, so it will not open the URL and it will not require this auto auth. So no need to worry about it.
we are just using the request fixture, and that will take care of all the API calls. Now here for the API tests, we have created separate JSON file, right? So these are UI related JSON file, and there can be multiple API related JSON file. Here for now, I've just mentioned this API module data1 JSON file, but there can be multiple JSON file where you would be saving data related to the API testing. And here we have created separate folder structure also, right? I will modify this document more to make it more understandable, right? Here I will create one folder, and inside it UI related JSON file would be there, right? And one more box I will create for the API data, where all the JSON file which are getting used for the API data would be there. For now you got it, right? These are for the UI tests, and these bottom two are for the API tests. So apart from maintaining normal API data, we are also maintaining paths or resources which we are using for our API calls. So that we have kept inside this API-path-data JSON file, which is this one, right? For now there are only two paths, but there can be multiple paths which would be there. Apart from this, inside this utils folder, we have created this one common API utils class, and this particular class is having one method which is for creating authentication token. And for this class, we have created one fixture inside this common -fixture class file, which will give us fixture of this common API utils class, and that fixture we can use inside our API test scripts wherever we want to do the basic authentication. And for these API tests, if any environment data is required, so that we are keeping into same environment files. For that, we have not created any new files. In the same files, we would be able to maintain that particular data. And as we were doing API testing, so in that case, there are no page object model required, right? So in this pages section, there is no change. This auth.json will be applicable for the UI tests only, so there are also no change. In the package.json, we have created some more scripts for executing it with the help of npm run command. And these are all the old items where we have not made any change, but some of them would be applicable, like this HTML report trace would be applicable, right, for the API testing. This naming convention would be applicable. We are going to put our code onto the Git, so this will also be applicable. And on the go, I will try to improve this flow diagram more and more. So by just looking at it, you would be able to get your whole framework, right? And it would be easy for you to take the reference of this document to explain it in the interviews. And now I will conclude this video here. But before we wrap up, let me give you a quick recap. So here we saw little bit of theory that what is API testing and why API testing is required. After that, we had a quick look at our demo site, right, which we used throughout the video. And we also talked about Postman tool, where you can try performing API testing manually and check that how the response is getting generated, what are all the details which we need to provide, how we can do the different validation. Then we first started by changing our folder structure for maintaining test files little bit different. So we created two folders, one for the API tests and one for the UI tests. And in the API tests, we created this test script file where we started creating different tests to perform different API calls. Like here, we performed the get call to fetch all the booking IDs, where we have also performed different assertions. And with this particular test, we provided title, tags, and description. And moving further, we have created some more tests like this only in the same pattern by providing title, tag, annotations. We used the request fixture to perform get call here to get the details related to the specific booking, and then we provided different assertions. After that, we have performed the post call by using the same request fixture, and here with the post call, we passed the data. And like this, we can pass the data by providing second argument to the method, where key would be data, and then we can give the complete JavaScript object. And this data we have kept separately into our data file. And for maintaining data also, we created two different folders. One is UI data and second one is API data. In the UI data, we have moved UI related files, and in the API data, we have moved these API data related files, where we have kept different data with key value pair. In some cases, the value of the data itself was the JavaScript object like this. Apart from this, we have also taken these paths from the data files only. So like this, we saved our paths. There can be multiple paths which you can maintain. And then we have just simply imported this JSON file and used it at the required places. See, here we have used this API path data to fetch the path, and this RESTful API data import to fetch the specific data. Like here, we are fetching this create booking information, right, which is this one. So this create booking will give us this complete JavaScript object, which we are passing here with this post call. And after performing post call, we are converting it into JSON file, and we can use this JSON data anywhere if it is required for any assertion. And here we are providing different assertions to validate the status code. Also, we can validate the complete JavaScript object with the JSON response. Moving further, we created some more tests. Like here, we created test to perform the put call. And here one difference was there, that we needed to perform basic authentication. First, we saw that we can perform authentication through the API keys by providing this API key in the pattern, which is given into the document as the header. See, here we are providing different headers like accept content type, and in the same way we provided this API key. But we preferred the second approach, where we have used basic authentication. So in that case, we need to provide token which is getting generated by different API. In this case, it was getting generated by auth API. There we have given username and password, and then it gave us the token. And to generate that token, we created a separate class which is common API utils. Here we have created constructor to receive this request fixture, and with the help of this request fixture, we performed the post call here, where we provided this data which is username and password, and it gave us the token response. And here to provide this username and password, we have again used these .env files, from where we are fetching these API username and API password. So first, here we have kept the encrypted API username and API password, and into our common API utils file, we are just decrypting that data from this common utils class. So inside this common utils class, we were having decrypt data method. So to access this decrypt data, we created object of this common utils class. Then we accessed these decrypt data method by providing the encrypted data to them using the environment variable, which gave us the actual data. And then we used that particular username and password to perform this post call to generate the token. Here we converted it into JSON format, and then we returned that token. And then we also created fixture for this common API utils. So here under this common -fixtures file, I have added one more common API utils fixture, which returns us object of this common API utils class. And here when we are returning this object, we are passing this request fixture. So it is like calling a constructor which is giving us object of this common utils class. And now by using this particular fixture into our test script files like this, we can call the method inside this common API utils class. So the same fixture concept, nothing new in terms of the fixture. And then we performed the put call by providing path and the specific booking ID. And here we have passed the header where we mentioned cookie as the key, and then this token equals to token value as its value. Here we are passing the specific data also by providing data colon and data related to the specific call. And the same thing, then we are providing assertions. This we have also done for the patch call where we updated the partial data. The same basic authentication was required. So used this fixture, created the token, provided the data, and then provided all the assertions. And for the delete also, we have done the same thing. We have created the token, we have provided this API call with resource and path param, then provided the header to provide the basic authentication, and then all the assertions. Here for the delete call, we performed the get call to check that the item is not found. And we are providing this cookie with token value for every test, because this token value which we are getting is changing frequently for this RestFul-booker.heroku-app.com. But if for your project this particular token do not changes very frequently, so you can just add one before all fixture into your TypeScript file. There you can generate the token, can save it inside one variable, and then you can use that particular variable for all the tests wherever this token value is required. So it's totally up to you how you want to manage it. But as I told, if this token is going to change very frequently, it's better to be on the safer side and provide this token inside the header for each API call. We also saw the different commands which we have provided inside the Package.json. So we created this particular command where we have provided this -- project equals to API test. This we have given inside our playwright.config.ts file, right? Just to execute the tests which are there inside this API tests folder. And here we need not to provide dependencies and storage state for the API test, as we don't want to do this execution for the global setup. And we also saw that if we want to execute the test into the UI mode, so we can simply use this command where we can change the filter just to execute the API tests while developing our test scripts. We also saw that if we want to execute all the tests without any redundancy, so onto the safer side, we have changed this main directory for the UI tests, and for the API tests, automatically it will pick tests from the API tests folder because of this particular test directory. And like this, we can try multiple permutations and combinations as per our requirement. Like here, we wanted to execute all the UI tests onto the Chromium browser, so we added this -- project equals to Chromium. This -- headed is required if we want to execute it into the headed mode. And then here only we added this -- project equals to API test. So based on this, it will execute all the UI tests because our main test directory is just for the UI test only. And this execution is going to happen onto the Chromium. If you change it to Firefox, it will happen onto the Firefox browser. And same is the case for any other browser. And because of this, it will execute all the tests related to the API, as here we have provided test directory as API tests. If you want to execute into headless mode, just remove it. And as I told, it's totally up to you that what configuration you want, and accordingly you can modify all these commands and try to perform different hit and trials if you are confused at any place here for these commands. And we have also made final changes into our playwright.config.ts file, where we have removed our base URL
and extra HTTP headers and their values from this global use and provided it here inside the specific project for the API test, where we have added use as the key and its value as the JavaScript object, where we have provided BaseURL and then its value and extra HTTP headers, colon and its value with the different headers, key and value pair. We had to make this particular change as we were getting error if we were providing this extra HTTP headers at the global level here. And we have moved this base URL also as it was very specific for the API tests only. And we also saw this flow diagram where we have updated all the components which we just discussed, right? Here we are keeping the API tests separately inside the tests folder. We are making some configuration into configuration file related to the project and also related to the test directory. Here we have created separate data files for the API tests. If you want, you can maintain separate folder also. That is totally up to you. We have kept environment related data into these .env files. We also created this common API utils class where we created one method for generating the authentication token. And for this class, we have added one fixture which will return object of this common API utils class. And that fixture we are going to use inside our API test scripts to call this create auth token method. And I will keep improving this document, and you keep this particular document handy with you so that it would be easy for you to understand the framework, and also it would be easy for you to get grasp of the framework. I have already provided link of this particular HTML document into our main Google Doc here with this part 1 theory. And now I will push all of these latest code onto the Git repository. This Git repository is private, so let me know if you need access to this particular framework related Git repository. And that's it from my end. You can click onto this first card to go to the next video. You can click onto the second card to access the whole Playwright tutorials playlist, and stay tuned for my upcoming videos. If you have any comments, questions or doubts, you can let me know into the comment section below. Please like, share and subscribe to my channel. Thank you very much. Have a great day.